Hello, 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 everyone. How's it going? Are we good? Are we all good? Welcome back to Chattybee. The end of the first season.
The end of an era.
It is truly the end of an era. Anyway, for let's do the formality bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Chattybee, not Chattybee. Well, welcome to Chattybee with Chattybee, I guess. The weekly show where I'll take one beautiful, humble guest and make them unmask, undress, and unwind. But I hope you're looking respectfully, because my guest today is none other than my beautiful, soon-to-be wife, Small Stitch Ghost. How you doing?
Hello, my darling. I'm alright, thank you. I'm suffering with sleepy bitch disease today.
Oh, you're sleepy? Yeah, me too. But I was drinking last night, so
Yeah, I know, you came in at like 1:30 in the morning and then proceeded to snore all night, so we're sleepy for different reasons.
yeah, it's not my fault. It was the booze. We blame the booze. We blame the booze here, right? Don't drink, kids. Stay in school. Um, Also to note, interesting things. Possibly both of our last streams as unmarried people.
Yeah, literally, it will be.
How
It'll be
wild!
um because I'm not streaming next week. I still haven't announced this on my Discord, but I think I'm going to be taking either a week and a half or 2 weeks off, just because I know I'm going to have so much to sort out. And once I come back, I'll have a completely different surname, have a
You will.
different title,
You're stealing my name.
and
You,
it's mine now. I've pinched it.
you stealed it. You're stealing it. But yeah, last stream as single people. I say single, just unmarried. And we will talk more about that a little bit later, I think. Um, because the first stream of season 2 is going to have you on it as well, isn't it, Ghost?
It is. You're gonna start and end with me. You're gonna have to deal with me twice in a row, but it's because we can organize the easiest with each other.
Yes.
And we thought it would be good to have like a pre-wedding, post-wedding, so we could get like our feelings before and our feelings after.
Yeah, so look out for that in the coming weeks. The first, well, inaugural episode of season 2. Not only am I going to have a few changes, format changes, some things that are going to leave, some things that are going to come in, maybe some fun stuff happening on the screen for y'all to watch, unless you're listening, of course. Speaking of listening, as you all know, today wouldn't have been possible without the support of our very, very lucrative sponsor. And today's
Very real
sponsor.
sponsor.
Oh,
Very real.
of course, of course. And today's sponsor is Chattybee. That's right. We're now sponsoring our own show. Hey, Ghost, did you know that you can now use Spotify to catch up on all the weird, strange, and wonderful things on Chattybee that you might have missed?
No. You mean that I can now use Spotify to catch up on all the weird, strange, and wonderful things on Chattybee that I might have missed?
That's right, Ghost. Chattybee is now on Spotify, so you can now catch up on all the weird, strange, and wonderful things on Chattybee that you might have missed.
Okay, be right back.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm gonna catch up on all of the weird, strange, and wonderful things on Chattybee that I might have missed on Spotify.
But we've got a show to do.
Like right now.
Yeah, look, there's a bunch of people just sat watching and or listening to the show right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh. But hey, after the show, I can catch up on all the weird and wonderful and strange things I might have missed on Chattybee on Spotify, right?
Of course you can, and so can all of you wonderful viewers, but not while we're live because that's illegal.
Yeah, it's like a federal crime.
Yeah. So why not drop us a follow on Spotify?
Oh, and Twitch.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
So, what were we going to talk about that wasn't sponsors?
Oh yeah. So first segment of as always is questions. So what we did, we sort of evolved a little bit in the last week, rather than jumping
Mm.
straight into the little topics of conversation. I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into the guests. Now, obviously, at this point, it's been a good 10 years, so there's not very much I don't know
Tell
about.
me, my darling, what is it you would like to know about moi?
Well, it's a bit of a difficult one, because obviously there's not a lot I don't know about you. Unless you're keeping a secret like Walter White, Skylar White, Meth Lab, or something, some equivalent. But
Yeah, what you might have not known is that I'm actually Walter White.
I'm Skylar White, yo.
I'm Skylar White, yo.
Hey, yo, Mrs. White, give me some of that drug money.
Bitch.
Bitch. So, I figured we'll talk a bit about your streaming, your life as a streamer.
Oh,
So,
okie dokie.
why did you start streaming, my love?
It was actually was it sort of at the tail end of the pandemic, I think. I can't remember if it was in 2020 or it must have been in 2021 because it's 2023 now, so it's almost 2 years.
I have to interrupt. Sorry, I've just had a call from our sponsors. Yeah, so our sponsors are saying we need to start answering some questions in the chat real quick. So Opus asks, what if we haven't missed anything but want to experience it again? Can Spotify do that too? Ghost, what if you haven't missed anything and want to experience it again? Can Spotify do that too?
It can. You can, in fact, listen to the entire episode you've already heard again.
Yeah, and hear me again saying this again. Also, Neon Pixella says, but also the first one I can't catch all the weird, wonderful, and strange things I might have missed on my preferred podcast app. You let me know what that preferred podcast app is, and I'll try and make it work. Unless it's Apple Podcasts, in which case, jump off a cliff. Because fuck Apple Podcasts.
Oh my god.
No. All jokes aside, it was an absolute nightmare even getting it on a Spotify, and expensive, spency. But like some of the podcast places things that you might not know. So apps like, you've got your Amazon Music, Apple Music, Spotify, things like that. Some of them charge a ludicrous amount of money up front to deal with that, and to be able to host your stuff on there. So for a smaller career, not really a thing. But anyway, hang on, I'm getting a call. Ring, ring. Hello, yes, Chitty? Yeah, Chitty, what's up? Yeah. Right, yeah, no problem. Hey, everyone.
Did you just answer the phone to yourself?
Yeah. So the sponsors are happy. we settled the sponsors. They're quite happy now. So
Oh, the sponsor is you.
exactly. So win-win. So we made it. We've completed our contractual obligation. So now, Ghost, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but please go on. Why did you start streaming?
Yeah. So yeah, it was in 2021. And I started because, like, I mean, for years and years and years before the pandemic and everything, like, since I was born, I've had terrible anxiety. And when I started stream, it was actually when I got through, like a really good chunk of therapy. It was like the one therapy I did that actually was really beneficial to me. And I was like, do you know what? I need to start learning how to talk to people outside of a work setting, because a lot of my interactions were through work and they weren't. Getting to know people through work is just not really a fun thing to do, very really. It's kind of, you're obligated to. Excuse me, I've been drinking coffee because I'm a sleepy bitch. And
That noise that you just made was fucking gross.
Cut that out.
It was like,
Cut that
out. I'm sorry, go on.
Cut that. And yeah, I was I was actually spending a lot of time at home, like playing games, and I was but I was by myself because obviously by that point I think you were back out at work. So I was talking to myself out loud while I was playing games, and I was like, "This is sad." I was like, "What if I just let people listen to me ramble while I did this?" So that's when I started it, and it went a lot better than I thought it was going to go. Actually, and I ended up just really falling in love with it. Um, and yeah, I've just been doing it ever since, and I'm really really glad that I did because I ended up meeting a lot of people who have been really life changing for me. Um, I think that my communication skills have gotten a lot better through it. I've learned a lot about a lot of different people from like around the world, things like cultures and um, the way people live and their identities and stuff, and it's been really interesting,
Hmm.
and it's just been super fun. So if I recommend it to people who just want to learn to talk to people because I think it's done us the world of good.
Yeah, I mean, we have met some really nice people through streaming, but also I think just on the internet in general, I think there's been a lot of friends. In fact, probably everyone listening, are people that we've met in one way or another through the internet, be that through a game or through friends or even directly through streaming, and that's been because I didn't stream for a long while, and I don't do that as frequently as you. I don't have, I didn't have the schedule you had and things like that. So I was introduced to a lot of the people that you met. Well, I was introduced to them through you. Um, so I think it's one of those that's kind of, it's brought it all together, as it hasn't it? It brings people together in many ways. It really does. So, is there a point when you've been streaming where you thought, this is, I have something here, or do you not think about it like that?
Um, I don't think I really thought about it like that, but I think one of the most impactful moments, like the earliest, most impactful moment for me was first of all, the first thing was meeting Roomba Kittens, he's an artist here on both Twitch and Twitter, and he created my first VTuber for me. Um, who I absolutely adore him for that because I gave him like the worst illustration in the world that I did of Swatch, and he was like, "Yep, I know what this is," and just banged out the first real artwork of Swatch, and I adore him for that. I always will. Um, and then I was like, "Oh, this is great." Like I was so much happier. I was making like all the overlays and stuff. It really, really made me feel creative again, which I really missed. And then after that, the most early impactful moment was receiving my first ever fan art, which was by Daku, or Daku is Tired, who's also an artist you can follow on Twitter, and just a really close friend of mine now. Really, really glad that I met Daku, and
Yeah.
Daku made my first ever fan art, and like that was the moment where I was like, "Holy shit, there are people who are enjoying what I'm doing."
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of like, well, you can see around the set, right? There's a bunch of things. I wouldn't say that like the fan art as such. They're just cool arts of Chutney and of me, and yeah. But Daku, I think Daku is everyone's favorite iPad kid. Like, as long as they got their iPad, uh, and Coco Melon, they're happy. We just sometimes, sometimes when they get a bit they get a bit angy, you just put Cocomelon on and they're chill.
Yeah, I mean that's how They're wonderful. That's how we know them now. But I mean, at that time, I was like, oh my God, an artist is doing something for me. Oh my God. And then obviously I started talking to Dakio on um, an even playing field. Like we actually started talking in VC and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, they're actually just a normal person. I
Yeah.
get a lot of that. On Twitch. A lot of people have been really, really starstruck by it. I was really starstruck by Roomba, and Zai, and Peanut Paws, like those kind of like people who were creatives.
Yeah.
Just because illustration is not a skill I've ever had, but I ended up being really starstruck by them, and then just getting to know them, like getting to know them as people, and I was like, oh, you're actually just people, and you're also just really great to hang out with, and that was uh that was a real turning point where I was like, oh, I can actually just get to know people.
Yeah. I think it fills a social space, particularly for, and this isn't a slight towards anyone who streams or anyone who online games, but we do tend to be introverted. That just kind of comes with the territory. And
Yeah.
I think it's a social refresh. That's that helps. Um, Speaking of friends, though, in not even 5 days' time, we're gonna meet a really quite old friend of ours that we've never met before,
Oh, I know.
who's coming to our wedding, Mister G Digger, Grave Digger himself, Emilio, our dear friend, who's coming. He's flying from. He's flying all the way from Denmark to come and see us.
It's gonna kill you.
He is gonna kill me. And also, one of the first and, in his opinion, best guests that have ever been on Chattybee. Because,
Yeah.
as he says every show, the quality of guests has gone down since the first episode, because he was on the first episode and it doesn't get better than him. But yes, after, I'm going to say a decade. I'm going to say a decade, 10 years. Maybe, well, less than, but approximately. Um, Steady decline since episode 1, highest rated guest ever.
Yeah, and then now that I'm on, there's like a sharp spike upwards.
But many adventures from you meeting Grave, and Grave professing his undying love for me and his unyielding hatred for you because he loved me, to him now, uh, Dungeons and Dragons. We did World of Warcraft together. We played various games. Um, so, but now having him now coming over to see us, and he'll be staying with us for a couple of nights. So he stays with us for a night when we travel off to the wedding, and then he'll be staying with us when we get back for a day or two before we head out. That's exciting to me. That's the bit I love.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I was just literally saying to my mum the other day, I was like, oh, I can't wait to meet him. But what is actually like really sweet about that whole situation is not that obviously like we've all had a friendship together
Yeah.
for the past 10 years, and sharing that and being able to like finally meet in person, during our wedding no less, but also our other friends that are attending our wedding have been friends with him for a very long time, like years and years. So it's going to be like our original like online friendship group will
Yeah.
be together for the first time.
Yeah, well, all of them, because Caraxia, who was in chat earlier, and Oni, who's Caraxia's partner, will be there. We have met them quite a few times actually. Um, but they'll be there, and of course Blade Sharp, he's not here right now. Blade Sharp and Capalox, who's his wife, they're going to be there. Of course Grave, and then our friends Annabelle and Jade will be there. And these are all people that we've met online in one way or another. So, um, obviously Blade Sharp or Johnny, we met him through World of Warcraft. His wife, the same. Uh, Caraxia and Oni, the same. World of Warcraft. Grave, I met through Daisy Roleplayer. In a role-playing community for Daisy, funnily enough. Annabelle, I believe you met Annabelle through doing resin crafts.
Yeah, I actually met Annabelle at the start of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we just had a lot of similar interests, so we ended up clicking. But I'm glad that we met. I'm glad that I met all these people. Because a lot of people talk about like how online relationships aren't akin to the relationships you make in real life. But these people are attending our wedding because they're the people who have meant so much to us throughout our entire relationship together. They're mutual friends of us both. Nobody is just like one person's friend and not the other. And they've literally supported us through thick and thin. Sometimes more so than our families, and
Whoa! Thanks for the raid, Nymphy.
Nymphy's another friend I adore.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we love all of our friends, but thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. I'm just waiting for Friday night to finish. Just jamming out. Big love to Nymphy. Go and follow Nymphy. Nymphy's incredible. I hope your stream was good. What were you playing? What were you doing, Nymphy? You were doing some art?
Happy anniversary, Nymphy.
Yeah.
I think it was Nymphy's streaming anniversary.
Oh, that's exciting. That's really exciting. But yeah, we were. I hope you're all well. Welcome in, everyone. So we were just discussing our online friends. So we've got, particularly the online friends we've met who are actually going to be at our wedding next week, and how we met them. And you were saying they'd all been a big part of our journey, right? As a couple, as I guess an online presence. Oh, Major Boy, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. Oh, Crazy Osmic, once more, thank you so much for the follow again. But yeah, I think when it comes to the friends we've made, big stretches, big stretch. Thank you for the head pat. I can't get my thoughts out. There's so much happening. My ADHD is like boom, 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 boom. I'm so ping pong. The real tier 3 sub was the friends we made along the way. Exactly.
So true.
So true, bestie queen. Like, but yes. And I think we've both got a selection of friends that we'd love to have at the wedding that we just sadly, because different locations and logistics, it's just would be too difficult. Thank you for the lurk. Stream as well. Nymphy did some monster hunting on the first half and did some art in the second half. Lots of support from people today. Sharuba got ya. Oh, nice. Ooh. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed
Well
it.
deserved, Nymphy.
So, and having even the selection that we are going to have at the wedding, we have managed to get to the wedding, and again, plus Grave, all the way from Sweden. I said Denmark earlier in an attempt to piss him off, and I think it worked. But he maintains that he's not coming for the wedding. He's coming for Reno, the dog.
Oh yeah, for our dog. Which is fine.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, I would fly across a continent to pet a dog, so.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Well, it's not just the dog though. It's the things that me and Grave are gonna enjoy together.
Stop.
We're gonna be spending some time together, frolicking in the foothills. Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Hey.
So I guess the next thing is then, obviously we've met a lot of people through streaming and just generally being online, and that's obviously led up to some visitors at the wedding, some guests, new guests at the wedding. Is there, I guess, in your frolicking in each other? Okay, nice. I didn't have anything prepared for stream anniversary since I haven't been streaming a lot recently. but I thought I'll stream for the heck of it. Yeah, why not? Just go for it. Enjoy
Yeah,
it.
just enjoy yourself. I mean, you don't have to plan everything.
Hey Martin, how you doing? Uh, so I need to get my brain back on track. So, um, obviously, yes, we've met a lot of friends through just being online in general, streaming and enjoying enjoying games together and things like that. Um, so for you then, obviously, we talked about the social sort of
Hmm.
the social side of streaming and what it brings, the benefit it gives to you as I guess as an individual streaming. Um, so is there any point that you're most proud of in your streaming career?
I mean, I've had some really fun opportunities that I've managed to do through streaming. I mean, I think one of the biggest ones for me that meant so much to me was being able to partner with the Wholesome Direct.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because they are, if you don't know who Wholesome Games are, they're like a company who curates indie games and kind of shows them off in a Nintendo Direct style event to go over the like cozy and casual and more artistic side of like indie games, which are right up my street. I mean, I've always watched the direct since it started. And then they had a creator program where you could sign up to be part of their live streaming event. And I
Mm-hmm.
managed to get into that, and they gave me all the assets and everything for it. And I streamed the event, and it went really well. And ever since then, I've been a part of some lovely things. I managed to be part of a charity raid train. Um, for the National Children's Alliance, which was great, except I had to eat really spicy food. But that was really fun, and we raised a lot of money together. So that I absolutely adored that. I've had a couple of opportunities where developers have reached out to me and asked if I wanted to try out their games, which I've done on stream. I can't talk about it at the moment. I'm not allowed to talk about it till the 12th, but there is a game coming out that I have signed up to be like an early content creator on.
Yeah.
Which I'm so excited for, and that'll be later this month. And then again later this month, I was also reached out to by, bear with me.
No problem. In the meantime,
Sorry, I just had to quickly check something. I was reached out to by the J-Wits, who's like a Pokemon YouTuber, but he's doing like a huge charity event that he wants streamers of all size to be involved in.
yeah.
So that's really great because that means at the end of the month I'll also have a charity event, and I recently just hit 1K followers on Twitch,
Oh,
which I
congratulations.
never thought I would get to.
Yeah, a
That's
thousand
mental.
people want to listen to you and your shit.
I know.
Holy fuck. And why aren't we making money? Why can't I retire early? Also, no problem, Minfi, for the raid and run. Good night. And we adore you very much too. You're a very, very, very precious part of our lives. And that will never change.
Love
Also,
you.
you're super handsome. Um, yeah, I think that's, I mean, 1,000, that's, wow.
I know.
I know there's a lot of streamers out there, and there's some of them who are like 1,000 viewers even. Um, Grave says he's taken full credit as your agent. At least 999 of those followers are thanks to my marketing, strategy or strategy, because he spelled it wrong. Grave, you spell it wrong. You're stuck. You're stupid. Learn to English. So I mean that's wild to me, and genuinely congratulations. But congratulations to anyone who does that sort of thing and hits any milestone, because even if it's 10, 100, or 1,000 followers, it's the fact that you've managed to be entertaining or magnetic enough to reach those heights, because they are heights for small streamers.
Everything's a hurt. Everything's an achievement, and I think that, you know, it doesn't matter what number it is. I'm surprised that it's at that level, but I'm just very grateful because you said like, oh, why not retiring? Why are we not making money? Because it's not about that. It's about the fact that I get to like share my thoughts with people, have them share their thoughts with me, and just enjoy each other's company, like both on stream and off stream as well. I mean, I know in my Discord we have a lot of um people in there who will put like a question of the day every day, or share like music or share artwork that they've done, and having that kind of like community means a lot to me. Like everybody's on the same page. I'm really, really proud of my community. Everybody has the same like everyone's on the same wavelength. They all understand what like is and isn't appropriate. Everybody's really chatty with each other. There's absolutely no kind of gatekeeping or bad behavior amongst anyone. I've very, very little had any issues in the entire time that I've been streaming. So but yeah, this month I'm really excited because I've got a new game I get to play early. I've got the celebration stream for 1K, which I still don't know what I'm doing, don't ask. And then at the end of the month I've got a charity stream. So it's all going to be kicking off after the wedding, which I'm really pleased for because it gives me stuff to focus on. Because I think once the wedding's over, both of us are going to be like, well, now what? Because it's been all consuming.
It has been, yeah. But hey, speaking of this month and achievement and being proud, happy Pride Month, everyone.
Happy Pride! I've got a little flag.
You do, yeah. Like, is that like the Azerbaijan flag?
Yeah.
I thought you were American. No, but seriously, happy Pride, and I did want to mention this because it's something I've seen spoken about a lot because it's a huge thing, right? We dedicate and gay validated by Chattybee. Yeah, exactly. Well, not just gay, everyone in the cutlery drawer, the ladles, the gentle spoons, the mashers, everyone. But I think it's just I think it's incredible that it's not even just about the month. It's the coming together of varied, various communities, various identities, various sexualities, and supporting each other. And of course, there are going to be, there's always going to be the naysayers, and we want to get to a point where that's not a thing. But I did want to, and if you're comfortable with it, I did want to talk a little bit about your personal, I guess, journey with identity and things like that. Because full disclosure, I'm a straight white guy with a podcast. That's where I start and finish. I'm so sorry to break everyone's bubble. I'm not actually a little orange lion with purple hair. But, however, literally a straight white guy with a podcast. However, a lot of my friends, in fact, I'm pretty sure all of my friends are gay at this point, in some way, shape, or form.
Well, most of them, you tend to find that most people in online communities are like are queer in some way because a lot of people, a lot of queer people enjoy the finding people who they connect with, that kind of like escapism and being able to talk to people who can understand them better than maybe some of the people who they have face to face in real life.
So, I do want to start. Obviously, I know these things. Oh, poor Nymphy.
Heartbroken.
I know these things, but could we? What is your identity? For the listeners?
So I identify as non-binary, and if we wanted to, get a bit, have a closer look at that, specifically, I'm agender,
Which one? You said
the non one.
Sorry, that was a dad joke. Anyway, go on. I'm a. Okay. And what is a gender?
So to break it down for people, so there's a little bit more like understanding there. So I'm not just like talking about stuff that's a bit confusing. So from the top level, you have queer broken up into gender and sexuality. Your gender is obviously not your sex that you're assigned. It is how I explained it to my dad is that your brain pilots a mech. Your body's a mech. The brain pilots the mech. You don't get to pick what the mech is. You can customize it, but you don't get to pick the mech. So, yeah, I will get into romance as well. Crazy when I talk about the sexuality side of things. Yours is the drill that will pierce the chest. So basically, you don't get to pick the mech. But you can interpret that however you want, and you can make modifications. You can take it into the shop, and you can ask for something different. Wrong series, but good job anyway. Thank you. Sorry, I was like mech anime, Neon Genesis. So, when we talk about gender, you usually have the largest umbrella at the top, which is transgender.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think transgender is literally one or the other, but you've changed. When transgender is a spectrum, so you talk about people who are non-binary, people who get in under the non-binary umbrella. You then talk about people who are gender fluid, who are agender, demi boys, demi girls, things like that. So yeah, Thor's under the trans umbrella.
Thor is trans. You heard it first. You heard it here first, everyone. It's an exclusive. Thor is trans.
So basically, what people who are on the non-binary spectrum can feel like either I'm more one way or I'm more the other way. Like I'm more feminine, I'm more masculine. Maybe I'm in the middle. Maybe I change. Maybe I like slide that thing up and down like a kazoo every day. Or a slide whistle is what I was thinking of, not a fucking kazoo. And but mine is like, you see this line that's the spectrum. Get rid of that. There's nothing. There is nothing. And that's what it means to me to be agender. I don't feel like I female. I don't feel like I'm male. I don't feel like I'm something in between. I don't feel like I correlate to any of that. I just feel like no. I just feel like I'm my own thing. I'm kind of genderless. Oh my god, Grave, Tree already said that joke.
I already made that joke, and I already made that this morning. Too late.
Too late. Yeah. Ghost, I exist. Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. I'm okay just to be me. I don't have to be anything else. And I think that for a long time, I didn't really know what that meant, because when I was younger, people weren't really talking about transgender people, let alone non-binary people. And weirdly enough, I feel like the first inkling I got is when, do you know when people say like ladies and gentlemen, or like boys and girls? Every single time my brain would go, that doesn't apply to me, and I'd tune out. And I was like, oh no, you have to listen, they do mean you.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of things growing up, I was never particularly girly, but I wasn't masculine either. I was like adamantly not girly, but not in a masculine way. It was more a case of like, I didn't want to like cut my hair short or play with cars or whatever. Like, it wasn't like that. It was more like, oh, you know, girls are into Barbies, I'm into like
eating worms.
No.
Sorry, I thought we were doing a finish your sentence thing.
No, it's not like I'm just into like weirder things. Like, I don't know. I like toys that were, kind of abstract in a way. And I was more into like cartoons and toys that had animals
Mhm.
rather than like
Furry.
yeah, your gender was furry.
Yeah. Assigned furry at birth.
Signed furry, but no. Um,
I'm not a man. I'm not a woman. I'm annoying ghost.
yeah, literally, that's what I
You're a
decided.
changeling.
But I know I would say like people who change their gender would be changelings. People who like ascribe to be both more fit into that category. But um, I it to be honest, I didn't really know about it until I was like 19.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, that's so cool. Those people are so cool. Good for them. And then, like, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I might be one of those people. And I was
Wait
like,
a
no, I
minute.
can't be one of those people because I look like,
Excuse me.
bless you.
Thank you.
I was like, I can't be one of those people because I look like a woman. And then, the more I saw actual non binary people talk about their experiences, they were like, we don't actually owe anybody androgyny. We
No.
don't have to look masculine. We don't have to look feminine. We don't have to look like the perfect, like, splicing of in between where people can't figure it out from afar. It's not something that you or anybody else. It's how you feel in your own skin and how you perceive yourself in sort of correlation to the world around you.
Mhm.
And I was like, shit, you're right. And I was like, that makes so much more sense to me. And I'd like, for ages, I was like, right, that's what I am, but I don't really know how to tell anybody. And I don't know if I should tell anybody because I was really nervous that one, like, of all people, you would feel differently about me.
Yeah.
Because, you're the love of my life. And I don't want you to be like,
Oh.
you're not a woman, but I love women.
Yeah, so that for me, and just want to read off. Neon says, I remember when I figured my shit out, I was like 12, scrolling through Tumblr, and I saw a trans TM. Is that like a trans Pokemon move? Um, and my brain did the fucking Hamilton TikTok audio. I was not aware that that was something a person could do. Um, Steve says, you can't become a ghost until you see the gravedigger. Okay, Steve. Thanks for your input, Steve. Valuable as always. But yeah, I mean, for me, I love you, right? And that whether you got dingly danglies or no dingly danglies, or whether you're wearing, wearing dungarees and have no hair, or whether you're wearing, it doesn't matter. It never mattered to me because what, and this was something I thought about a lot because my first reaction was, right, okay, how do I respect this? And not in the way of how the fuck could I possibly respect something. It's how can I change anything that I do, or is there something, or are there things that I need to change in order to respect your identity? Um, and it turns out it's really not that difficult. It's just obviously pronouns, yeah, okay, a bit of a change of language, but then everything else is just as is. It's like you were always that person. Um, and that for me, I mean, nothing changed. I love you probably actually more now, even more than I already did, which is an immense amount, just because I've sort of observed and was in a privileged enough position to be able to be on your journey with you of self discovery, of self identity. And while you were figuring it out, I got to learn more about those things as well. And I've again, the back to the older meme, all of my friends are gay. Like, I've been able to learn so much about so many different identity identities and paradigms and sexualities that it's been, yeah, it's been amazing. It really has been. Um So, but obviously that struggle of, you know, is he gonna love me as much? Like, obviously that's, I can't tell you to not feel like that, because obviously that's, I'm not in that situation. But it didn't change anything. Um, and I suppose that's the facts. That's the truth from me. Is it really didn't? It was more of a, is there a way I can better respect you, in your identity or in your discovery of who you are, um, or where you feel like you most belong. For me, it was, no, I just love ghosts. Like, no bells, no whistles, just whoever they might be, you're you, and you're who I love, and it's really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, I
I do like titties
love
though.
you to death. I love you to death, and I think that I'm really, really, really lucky to have you in my life. You made me feel very safe and respected. Um, and you know, that's when you really know that you're in a strong relationship with somebody, when like even that doesn't change your feelings about each other. Because I mean, at one point you because you were still in the process of like understanding things, and you were like, so you're gonna like change to a male? And I was like, no. And
I was
he was like, oh, well, I'd still love you. And I'm like, I was like, oh, I love you
I
too, but
would love you
that's
if
like
you were
you
an
don't.
HDMI cable, like.
See, Griff, you could learn a thing or two, because Shorty would love me if I was a worm.
Well, I don't know about a worm, but like,
You would. I asked you this. You said you would.
yeah, no,
Don't make me look silly in
you
front
would
of
be
Griff.
you would be Vod.
No.
No, I'm just kidding. So I guess that's individual identity. So let's go to so where I guess I meet you on that where I meet you on that level is, for me, I mean, I've never thought about it in any other way about my own identity. I just kind of never, I just don't care, but I don't think it's something that I feel is,
Mm.
I don't feel like it's any sort of, I don't feel like I need another descriptor or anything like that. I don't feel like anything's missing, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, that's a good. It's a good segue for me to talk about like how gender and sexuality are different, because you one of the cutest things you said to me was like, "Does this mean I'm gay?" And I was
Yeah.
like, "No, darling, this doesn't mean you're gay." And a lot of people try to say that, like, if you're straight and you're in a relationship with somebody who's non-binary, that makes you in some way like queer. But to be honest, like when it comes to sexuality, that's categorizing what your sexual attraction is, like what you prefer when it
Mhm.
comes down to like the nitty-gritty of being in the bedroom.
Mhm.
And your sexuality still stays the same, because my exterior, like my sex that was assigned, like my sex isn't changing, my gender is.
Mhm.
And that's absolutely fine. That doesn't change anything for you. And if it did change, obviously we'd talk about it. And maybe if you were like, oh, actually, this works for me, then maybe your sexuality would evolve in somewhere. But I don't think you should have to feel like, oh no, now I'm in a place where I have to decide what my sexuality is, because because truly, it doesn't matter. Um, and that's when you get into other things, like people who are asexual doesn't mean that they're aromantic.
Mhm.
There are people who experience romantic attraction without experiencing sexual attraction,
Mhm.
and vice versa. Um, so I think that once you start to separate those things and you start to understand that your sexuality, your romantic interest, and your gender are all sort of interchangeable depending on what feels right to you and what connects with you and what makes you feel like you're yourself. The more I think people will understand.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, well, how can you be one thing if you're another thing? And it's like, well, you need to stop grouping everything together, because what I think is a lot of people, when they start thinking about those things separately, will discover something about themselves.
Yeah.
I reckon there's people out there who will discover that maybe their romantic attraction isn't what they thought it was, because they thought that it was inherently connected to their sexual attraction.
Yeah.
Or they'll think like, oh, actually, I thought that like I was just, bi-curious in somewhere, when it turns out they're like pansexual, because there's certain things that they're like don't take into account. They just take it as a given when it comes to sexual relationships. And I think when people start to break it down, they will actually learn something about themselves. And I really think that everybody should do that,
Yeah.
because I don't want people to have identity crises. I just want them to like maybe understand themselves a little bit better. I mean, the first people I came out to was you and Corexia, and Corexia was, I was like really worried, but Corexia was so supportive, and you were so supportive. And I just felt like there was a huge weight lifted, and I was like, oh my god, I actually feel like a person. Like, I feel like myself.
So, just on the identity crisis thing, right? And Crazy says, yeah, I'm asexual, but I'm pan-romantic. So, and I guess we'll explore those shortly. So for me, you said the word bi-curious. Now, where I sit, and I make the joke, haha, straight white guy with a podcast because funny meme, lol. But I think for me, from that perspective, if we're going into a sexual perspective, I'm kind of like, I think I'm like a 90-10 on it. Like, I
That's
used to
fine.
be, I'm sure I am straight. But I'm also like, yeah, but maybe I'd blow a guy. Like, depends on the
You're
guy.
chaotic straight.
If they were nice to me. But I'm also like, but also I wouldn't have anything against getting into a relationship, like a sexual relationship with someone who was trans, for example, because it wouldn't bother me as long as the person was a a good person that I formed that sort of relationship and that sort of attraction with. I don't think it would bother me.
Well, I feel like we've, like me and you personally, just in our own time, like, because we like to have we communicate a lot.
Introspective conversations.
Yeah, we have a lot of introspective conversations, which I think is good for us, because we learn a little bit about each other every time. And I always said for you, like, it's up to you how you identify, because not everybody has to identify under a label.
No.
Like, you don't have to be categorized in somewhere. I know that, I talked about this earlier, but bisexual people and pansexual people are
Except for
you?
pans. Sorry, everyone makes that joke. I just felt like we needed to put that
You
in
didn't
there.
do this with every pan person that comes on your stream.
Yeah.
Like, they often end up having like internal phobia against each other, or like other people in the queer community, because they're like, well, if you're bisexual, it means that you only like men or women and nothing else. And they're like, well, if you're pansexual, you can't just have a preference for like one or two or three things. Which just isn't right, because it's a huge spectrum. And I think people who, like you said, 90% straight, 10% I'll give it a go, or like, to me, still lie on the bisexuality spectrum. And then you said, like, well, I wouldn't mind getting into like a relationship, either romantically or sexually, with somebody who is either like trans or non-binary, etc., or maybe has like a completely different gender to people who are cisgender. Like that, again comes under the spectrum of being bisexual and pansexual. And I this is what I say to people. I think you will discover something about yourself if you oh yeah, and panromantic and obviously biromantic. I didn't mean to lump those in together, but that was what I was insinuating. I think people will discover something about themselves, because I really don't think like sexuality and romanticism is a spectrum, and I don't think anybody is 100% of anything.
No. So
I truly don't.
so for me, like, and I don't want this to fly in the face of pride or anything, but for the way I am now thinking, now we're talking, is I think I would describe me as just sexual. Like, if you're double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon with hella ass, like, you never know. But I don't think it's like a bi or pan or homo or cis or no, not cissexual, hetero. Sorry, because cis is gender, isn't it? I think I'm just sexual. Like, if I have a relationship with somebody, then you know that's on the cards, regardless. So yeah.
In my opinion, I think I don't get to decide, because I do not decide the sexualities. That's for Zai. Zai's a sexuality nexus. They
Right.
get to decide.
Okay.
This isn't for me to decide. I think you probably sit in a more under a pan umbrella, but not as broad as that. I think you probably sit under a little umbrella that sits under the pan umbrella, but you don't have to have a label.
I'm sure you said
Don't.
so.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to have a label. You don't have to identify as anything. And honestly, like at the end of the day, we, no matter like who we think is attractive or whatever, we love each other.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, because my sexuality is you, ultimately. Like,
as mine as you. It's weird to say, but like it's. I do see myself as like demisexual in that way, where
but...
and I do very much see myself as demisexual, which is when your sexuality correlates to somebody you have a deep and intimate bond with. Find it very difficult to find sexual attraction in other people, because you just don't fucking know them.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to have that intimate bond to be able to to feel like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. Maybe I will think about it.
I think I'm demisexual, but in the ass. So like, I wouldn't let someone.
You said this to me on Pride Month.
I wouldn't let somebody put like anything in my butt unless I was really like, there with them. So I'm demisexual in the ass.
This to me on the day of my pride.
Lenny hit him with the sticky dildo. But yeah. No, I'm sorry. But it is one of those things, and I don't think I think I have a very specific type of presence, I think, and all of my friends understand that I am, or I think get the. I don't think, me too, buddy. Everyone who knows me maybe gets the impression that I am a hypersexual individual, because I am. Like, and that just kind of comes with the territory of being me. That's just, I guess, who I am. But I think as far as sexuality goes, it's not something I've ever thought about. Grave says I'm going to do stuff to you, but that you've never imagined. No.
Oh my god.
You said no homo, though, so it's not gay. You said no homo. Which, by the way, for our wedding,
if you keep your socks on.
Gora, if we go for our wedding, I hope you put no homo in your vows.
Yeah, of course. Just so it doesn't gay,
Yeah, you're just doing a bro a favor.
You can't have a gay wedding.
No, well, you can.
Well, actually, speaking of wedding, I just want to like catalog a couple of your feelings before we get married. So maybe we can, like, after we get married, we can maybe have a little think back to this and think like, how were we feeling beforehand? How do we feel now, sort of thing.
I see you've got a thing, signs that the groom doesn't want to get married. I'll be honest.
No, I was going to talk about that in the next section.
Okay.
No spoilers.
Okay. I'm like, are you like slowly analyzing everything I'm saying in an attempt to gauge whether
No.
I actually want to get married? Because I do want to get married. Caraxia says, better not be while you're in our room, Grave. Well, there's a lot of rooms in that place, and I mean, I've already spoken to Oni, and he's in. He's all the way in. Well, not yet, but soon. June says, Neon says, well, they never do you like Chitty. Of course, still no homo. Well, you never know. It could be one of those. Could be one of those psych right now situations.
Make it really gay.
Ike Ghost were bunking together. Oh no!
Yeah, no worries, Craxia.
You can't have the gayness.
Yes, I can.
I'm taking all the gayness right now.
That is my wife. I'll have you know.
But no, in all seriousness, I think it's important. Well, for some people, it's important. I think for me, it's just never been. It's never been a forefront thought, and that obviously the reason being, first of all, I'm male, and being male has, it's it's obviously a much different situation. A lot of things socially are much easier and things like that, and that sadly they're unfortunate truths. But I don't think I've ever felt like I'm out of place in any way, shape, or form. I've always just kind of been me, you know, a bit of an ass clown, like just I am just me. So I don't think I ever particularly felt like I needed to prescribe myself for anything. But I do believe that I maybe am not the straight white. Well, I'm a white man. I can't say maybe I'm not a white man.
Straightest of men.
Yeah, maybe I'm not quite as straight as you know as maybe thought.
That's okay. You don't have to be labelled.
I'm using the season 1 finale of Chattybee to come out to everyone.
In Pride Month?
In Pride Month? No, I just never prescribed a label to it. It's just not something I ever thought about. Your spaghetti straight until wet. Yeah, I identify as spaghetti or farfalle.
Do you identify as Italian? Good for you.
No, I've been seeing a lot of Italian hate on Twitter lately. Like
What?
yeah, people are like happy Pride Month except for the Italians, and I'm just kind of like, what is this like a meme that I'm not au fait with? And I'm
My
pretty sure
favorite lesbian Italian would not be happy with this.
no, she's also my favorite lesbian Italian too, to be fair. But
your ADHD is getting the better of you.
it always does.
Because I want to know how you feel about the wedding, not how you feel about men.
Expensive.
Expensive. It feels expensive.
Yeah.
It does.
So
we actually did it really, really small as well. I feel like we
actually it's average.
It's not average. I'm telling you that now.
No,
It's
it is.
fucking not.
Don't tell our friends that it's not average, please.
We're talking about the wedding.
I'm talking about my penis.
Stop. Right.
Okay. Okay. How I feel about the wedding. So, the wedding in general is, for me, it's an exciting occasion. The fundamentals of marriage to me is I don't feel like it's going to change anything about my relationship or my love for you. But what I feel like it is a heartfelt expression and, of course, commitment to my love for you. That's everlasting until we get old and you have an affair with a rich guy. Or girl.
No, thank you.
You say that, but I mean, I'm encouraging it if we're going to get a Subaru. I want a Subaru. Like, I'm all about that Pug Daddy life, but no, I think...
Stop. If either of us were in our later years to become like some sort of sugar baby, it would be you.
You think? You think I'd be a sugar baby to a rich person?
Yeah. Because by that point, you'll be like comfortable with people putting stuff in your butt, so...
Only if we have an emotional connection. Again, demisexual of the ass. Anally
Okay.
demisexual.
Okay.
Rectally.
Okay. I think
One-way valve until otherwise stated.
I think it's worth it. Well, neither of us are religious.
No.
So we're not getting married for religious reasons. And I think the reason we're getting married is because it felt like the natural thing to do. We've been together for 10 years, and for most of those years, like almost every year, you've basically asked me to marry you. And I think it started out as a like, oh my god, I just want to tell you that I love you so much. And then later in life it became like, no, for real, dog, marry me.
Yeah, well, one of the originals was a ring, a promise ring. It was a cheaper engagement ring that I wanted to commit to you with, as a promise that when the position was there, that we would become formally engaged. And then I spoke to your parents about it at the actual time and asked their permission. Very traditional, I know. About the only thing that's traditional about our wedding, I think.
Yeah.
And that was the real. It's go time. Like,
To be fair, my dad did find it really funny. He was like, he literally didn't have to ask, and I could tell that he was shitting himself the whole time. My dad just found it really funny.
yeah, but it was just kind of a respectful thing, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
I
I
would
don't know.
appreciate it. Because ultimately, obviously, we've been together a long time. We've lived together for a long time. Like, our lives are already entangled. Our finances are entangled. Like, to the point where, like, a breakup would be logistically difficult.
Yeah, I think that, like, to be honest, we're getting married so that we don't have to. Because very much so, we already refer to each other as sort of husband and wife, and I think we just want to do that without being corrected.
Yeah.
That's what this whole show is about, is the fact that we can just keep calling each other the names we already call each other, but not have people be like, actually.
Actually, no, you're not married. I'm like, well, wabam, he's the wedding certificate, bitch.
We spent a stupid amount of money just to prove you wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Which is something I would do. I am that pay. But no, my genuine thoughts on the wedding are, I think fundamentally it's not going to change anything with our relationship, but I think it's the nice additional commitment. It's another way for me to show you that I respect you, I love you, I value you as part of my life. And you are an integral part of my life. Obviously, we've grown up together from being kids, you
I
know,
see where am I?
to now being fully grown adults. Like, I don't know if I mentioned this last week. I know I told you, Ghost, but like, we are older. In fact, I signed up intentionally to a newsletter, a money-saving
I
newsletter.
know.
That's the sign. That is the sign when the most exciting part
The
of your
sign of
day
the time.
is receiving a money-saving expert newsletter, and you read it. I
Yeah.
read it. So it's yeah. What about you? What do you think? Oh,
What am I? In terms of like what I'm feeling now, I mean, I don't want to diminish anything you've done, because you've contributed an awful lot, and you've sorted out things that like I genuinely don't think I would have been able to sort out for the wedding and stuff. But because I've had that extra time while you've been at work, because I work part time, so the beginning half of the week, I can focus on other things. And I've been using a lot of that time to focus on planning stuff for the wedding. And it's consumed my every day. And like most of my thoughts every day. And now I've kind of done everything that I can do, and it's waiting around. The anticipation is killing me. I actually think I'll feel better when it's over. Like, I'm really excited to see our friends. I'm really excited to obviously share this with the people we love. And I'm really excited to, for once, me and you actually be able to have an event where we get to celebrate us.
Be the center of attention.
Well, not not particularly I mean, not for other people. I mean, just for me and you.
Yeah.
Um, for me and you together to celebrate me and you, because I think we have done a lot of like in our lives conceding or like
Sacrifice
yeah, for
and prioritizing
other things, yeah.
other things. Yeah.
And you know, I love and adore you, and I want to be able to share that. And the person I want to share that with the most is you. So I think, to be honest, it'll be over in a whirlwind.
Yeah, it will be. I think it's going to be um it's going to be a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
Um but uh, I want to maximize our time, not just for memories of the wedding, but memories with friends. As I say, it's not going to be every day or even every year that we get to have Grave, for example, visit us and stay with us and have an occasion where we can actually share a drink together and share laughs and things that we've done for many years online. We get to do it in person.
Mm.
Unless he turns out to be a sadistic psychopathic murderer, then might not be good memories for us, but will be for him, I'm sure.
I'm sure a stiff breeze will like get him.
It's not the only stiff thing that's gonna get. So anyway, that's romance.
It is.
It is, and we love to love, and I love you very much, and I love my friends very much, and I hope everyone loves someone or something.
When you love, and don't worry if there isn't somebody in your life now. There could be somebody in your life at any point in your life. My mother got married, like she fell in love and got married in her 60s.
Yeah, looking at you, monster fuckers.
What? Do not say that immediately after I've just spoken about my mum.
Your mum confirmed. Bowser.
I will kill you.
Peaches, 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 peaches.
Ugh.
Okay. So I ask my guests every week to choose a topic of conversation, and I want to have you introduce yours, but I just realized I don't have a drink. So can you hold the fort down for like 2 minutes while I go get
Well,
a
I
drink?
need a pee. Can we just quickly like pull up a song break?
Yeah, okay. Well, song break it is. Um, song.
I gave you a playlist, and
Yep.
it's this week for me. It's all bedroom pop, so you're gonna have to listen to some really low fidelity, poorly produced music that I love.
Perfect. And I think we'll kick off this first song break with Wave Station by Frank Javc. Catch you in a bit, guys. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all got yourself a drink, got up, stretched them leggy legs, and are ready. Ghost, are you alive?
Yes. I just had a random thought
Mm-hmm.
while we were in our break, and I wanted to quickly ask you about something.
Certainly.
Just what day is it now? Saturday?
It's Saturday.
On Thursday, you got your first tattoo.
Oh, yes, I did. I got a D20 from Dungeons and Dragons tattooed onto me, and you also joined me in getting tattooed.
I did. I have quite a few already, ranging in size. But we both went together. We both got dice because we're both huge D&D nerds. We got the same design, which is pretty romantic, but we didn't want to make it too
Many
intertwined.
Yeah. You don't mind me putting the image up?
Oh no, feel free.
Okay. So here is the image. The right hand side is Ghost, and the left hand side is mine. Yeah. So we got
Mine looks a bit crispier because it's been blown up because mine's a lot smaller than Chuddy's.
yeah. So you got the smaller size. I got the larger one. Both in the same place. Yours on a different. Yours on your left, mine on my right. But yeah, my very first tattoo, and I have to tell you, it was not as daunting, scary, or painful as people might lead you to believe. It's still uncomfortable because, of course, it's tiny needle going sort of in and out constantly. But it's not. I think the tattoo, particularly because the lines are sort of small, like by the time any real pain or discomfort begins, the line's finished.
Yeah.
So there's not enough time, even in the parts where it's coloured, where the black is. Um, there's not enough time there for any pain to really set in. The discomfort for me was the stencil. So for those who don't know, when you get tattooed, obviously they print out the design, and then they put some goo on your arm that basically pulls the ink off of the printout onto your arm, onto wherever you're getting tattooed. Sorry. And when they peel the paper away, the ink remains on your arm, and that's what they use to. That's the stencil. But we tried. I think it was 6 times, and the artist, a great artist called Jack Barrow, who has an Instagram. He was never happy. He wasn't happy with the position, and he was like, "No, it's slightly off. Oh no, it's not quite right. I want to get it right." So yeah, it took 6 times to get the stencils
Yeah.
on, and because each time we had to put some like cleaning liquid, sanitizer liquid, and rub, it made the skin quite raw even before the tattoo.
To be fair, though, he was absolutely lovely. He really
He was good about it.
yeah, he really wanted to make it sure it was right because like he knew it was your first tattoo.
Yeah, and he's a good artist, and as a lot of good tattoo artists will do, is they're gonna make sure the work is good.
Yeah, I have another one from him that's larger on the inside of my arm as well. So it's actually my second time seeing him, and he's absolutely lovely. Really, really great artist.
Yeah. Speaking of artists and art, would you like to introduce your subject of conversation?
Yeah. So this, like, I think when a lot of people ask me about like what topic would you talk about, they were expecting me to go into something like textiles or like cartoons because those are like some of my major interests that I talk about a lot.
Yeah.
But I think it was, I can't remember whose episode it was, but in a previous episode of yours, you spoke with somebody about like cool pieces of art, and I think one of the ones that you brought up was like the urinal, and you were talking about like anti-art.
That was with Grave, and we were talking about, this was episode 1, the first episode, and we were talking in the in the That's Weird section. We were talking about the guy who put the his art was a banana taped to a wall.
Yeah.
So that's where that was. Anyway.
And it you know, it got me thinking about artwork a lot, and a specific type of artwork that I really enjoy is installation art.
Mhm.
And for a while it was like a hyperfixation of mine, and I was like, I'm just thinking about all the things that I wanted to like basically comment on that episode, and I was like, do you know what, I'll just talk about it in mine.
Mhm. Okay.
I absolutely love installation art, and if you're not sort of aware of it, it's multimedia art that's interactive.
Mhm.
It can be a space or an object or video or like any sort of thing that sort of directly speaks to you as the viewer.
Yeah.
And invites you to be a part of that artwork. It's almost like in performance art.
Yeah.
But rather than like a person being the performance art, it's usually like objects or some sort of interactive environment or something. And I absolutely love them.
Mhm.
And I did pick out a couple of different art pieces that I wanted to talk about.
Yep.
If we're to make like an easy transition, and so it's not the last one we talk about, because it's a little bit sad, is a piece of really romantic artwork.
Okay.
And one of the ones that I wanted to mention was a piece called Untitled. That's
Okay.
literally its name. In parentheses, it's called A Portrait of Ross in LA.
Okay.
And this was a piece that was created in 1991.
Mhm.
And it's made of candies,
Mhm.
individually wrapped in multicolored cellophane.
Mhm.
And its starting weight is 175 pounds,
Okay.
which is the exact weight of Felix's. So Felix is the artist, Felix Gonzalez Torres,
Mhm.
and Felix's partner was exactly that weight when he was diagnosed with AIDS.
Right.
And the artwork invites you to take a piece of candy. And that's it. It's just a pile of candy in a corner with its title,
Do we have
and
a
you're
picture?
invited to take a piece.
Is there an image we can put on the screen?
Yeah, I can send
You
an
just
image to you.
yeah, put it in the chat there, and I'll stick it on the screen. Okay, so it's sort of an anti. Is this anti art?
This isn't anti-art, no. This is installation artwork. So it does have a meaning. It does have like a story behind it. But the difference is that it invites you to act to interact with it exactly. So basically, this was his way when he was first diagnosed with AIDS. And as you take a piece of candy, you're basically taking a piece of Ross.
Right.
And over time, the artwork diminishes. And it's to illustrate in a visual way
Yeah.
what it does to a person, because obviously over the course of him having this illness, he lost weight until eventually he passed away.
Oh.
And this was a commentary on the AIDS crisis at the time, which was
Right.
obviously very prevalent in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And I just think it's a really beautiful, romantic piece of artwork. It's a piece of queer artwork.
Hmm.
And I think it's just really poignant.
Yeah.
The whole idea is that obviously you take a piece of him with you, and eventually you're left with nothing.
Yeah. Nothing's left. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Witchy Teacup. Much appreciated. Yeah. So it's a bit of a somber one. But it's a representation, obviously, of someone's. Hi, Jed. How you doing? But it's a representation of obviously someone's love for their partner and their obviously the difficulties that they went to went through facing AIDS. Obviously the weight loss relevant by taking the candy from the installation until, as you say, there's nothing left. And I guess that represents the death.
Yeah, and each piece of candy was representative of each pill or medication or treatment that Ross would have to go through with this illness, and that basically he would keep going through this until he eventually passed away. And it created a conversation about HIV and AIDS during a time when it was really prevalent and there was a huge stigma around it.
Yeah.
So the fact that what I love about this is that it's installation art. It asks you, the viewer, not to just see something from afar, but to be a part of it. And I think that created more of a conversation around it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's romantic, it's poignant, it's a really, really interesting piece of work that from the outside seems like nothing. It's just a pile of sweets.
Yeah.
But understanding the depth behind it, I think, was like it made me so emotional, and I feel like that's kind of the point of artwork. It's meant to make you feel something.
Yeah, well, it's meant to invoke, whether that's, somberness, sadness, malice, anger, pride, happiness. It's there to make you feel or make you think. And obviously this one, I need to know, was there any context given to why that was there? Was the or was it just a corner filled with sweets, as we can see there? Was there just like a label called, Untitled?
Yeah, so in many exhibitions, you will have either something that's mounted on the wall or a plinth, or you'll have like a pamphlet that explains a little bit about the artist and about their work and what their intentions were with the work. And that's why I think this piece was, because I feel like this is quite a famous piece of installation art. I mean, he also created another piece of artwork that was it's not technically installation art in the sense that it wants you to interact with it, but it was two identical clocks next to each other, and they were set to the exact same time, and eventually the piece is called Perfect Lovers, and the clocks are in perfect sync with each other, but obviously, like, as we all know, when you have a watch, you eventually need to wind it to set it to the correct time.
Yeah.
And these two clocks were just left so that eventually they would fall out of sync with each other, and then when one's batteries died, it would eventually stop.
Right. So, well, I mean, that is, I guess, still installation in some ways, isn't it? It's, and it's sort of I mean, if I was looking at that, that would represent, well, as they say, perfect lovers, the duration, the course of a relationship. Are they imperfect? Are you out from, start to finish in perfect sync until one of you dies? Or, over time, are you going to grow apart? Are you going to lose the time together? Are you going to fall out of sync? So that's a poignant point.
Perfect Lovers was left with a note in the exhibition, and it was a piece from 1998. So it's actually, this is earlier than A Portrait of Ross. And the note that was left with it says, "Don't be afraid of the clocks. There are time, and time has been so generous to us. We imprinted time with the sweet taste of victory, and we conquered fate by meeting at a certain time in a certain space. We are a product of the time. Therefore, we give back credit to where it is due. We are synchronized now and forever, and I love you."
Oh, right.
And that was a letter from Felix to Ross. And I think, these were pieces of artwork that were created in the 80s and 90s. I don't think they're still being installed to this day. But they were so, like I said, I think they're really well-known pieces of artwork. And for a queer piece of artwork, I mean, these were two men as well, which were a lot more heavily stigmatized than women at the time. Not that women weren't,
Yeah.
but it was a much more difficult time for men during the 80s and the AIDS crisis. And to have these two pieces of work being put up at those sort of periods of time, I think have a lot of meaning behind them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing about. I think I can get more. Personally, I draw more from installation, from something that feels more of an experience rather than just a painting. But that's a personal thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, June says there, that reminds me of the One Piece where there's two computers that share a love poem infected with a virus that overtakes them eventually until they both can't run anymore. If you could send me a link to that, I would love to read about it, because I just adore pieces of work that have like that invite you to take part of it and have like when you see that piece of work at a different time during its life cycle, you'll have a different experience.
Yeah.
Which reminds me a lot of, and I apologize if I butcher these names, but two artists who work together on a piece called "Can't Help Myself," which is Sun Yuan and Peng Yu.
Yep.
Which a lot of people interpreted this and I obviously I think it's the point of art to interpret it in a way that makes sense to you.
Is
But a
this
lot of people
the
interpreted this in a way that was unintended.
is this the robot one?
Yeah, so this is I mean, let me read the description of it so I don't just like fumble it. The artwork features an industrial robot arm in a large glass box where it has one task: to contain a pool of viscous red liquid seeping out across the floor. Fitted with a custom designed shovel, the mechanical arm detects when the liquid, which despite the artist's previous controversies was not actually blood, moved outside a predetermined circle, and then using one of the 32 pre-programmed movements, the machine would twist around the case, scraping the liquid back into place.
Mm-hmm. Do we have an image?
Yeah, I will send you the image.
And I do think I've seen this one.
Seeing this work, I would definitely look it up on YouTube. It's so good to see this piece in motion.
Yeah.
I remember reading a fake story about it. Well, so the whole point of artwork is to take your own meaning and interpretation from it, um, even if it's different from the intention of the artist. A lot of people interpreted this piece of artwork as a piece on holding yourself together, even if it's uh, like fruitless.
Yeah, like no matter. Well, that's it. Can't help myself. It's that's. I mean, that would be how I would interpret it. That look like you're trying to keep it together, but there's always something that's letting negativity flow outwards.
Yeah.
Be that negativity, be sadness, anger. Any sort of more negative related emotion. So that's how I would interpret it. Do we know what the artist's intention behind it was?
Yes. Although a lot of people thought that this was a commentary on mental health, the the robot isn't struggling to contain the hydraulic fluid that's vital for its survival. The liquid is simply a coloured water mixed with a thickening agent, and it was never meant to be a meditation on mental health. It's about automated surveillance and border control. It's not tired or hopeless. It's just clogged because it's been running for 5 years. It's good to empathize with the robot, but the piece is a specific statement about authoritarianism and an automated state violence, and making stuff up is disrespectful to the original intent, according to the artist.
I
Um,
don't understand that.
okay, so the piece is the blood is not the blood of the robot.
Okay.
The blood is violence in China.
Okay.
And as it spills out
Mm-hmm.
to a place where it may be reachable for us, the arm that represents authoritarian government scrapes it back in.
Right. Okay.
And like that's the true intent behind the piece, is that it's you have this liquid like desperately trying to like escape, and it can't because this arm is forever pulling it back in.
Right. I see. So escaping the violence under the grand arm of, whatever, whoever's in charge. And you try and escape and get it out. But obviously the long arm of whatever society you're living in is always pulling you back to it and not letting it escape. Don't let the word get out, you know. That's an interesting. See, that's interesting.
It's about the violence that comes from guarding border zones.
Yeah. So Geth says, stripped from that, it's an arm sweeping back. It doesn't make me think of anything other than it was very noisy when I watched a YouTube video of it. Fair enough.
And I guess that's kind of the point of artwork. You can draw something for it or from it, or you don't.
Neon says,
That's up to you.
So this place just evolved completely beyond authorial intent, I guess, in the public view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
And I mean, that's a thing that I love about artwork, is that depending on where you're from, your culture, your background, you're gonna interpret things differently.
Okay. Interesting. Do we have any more?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, there are a couple of pieces that I found recently that I think are really interesting. Let me just. I forgot to pull them up, so let me just grab them.
That's okay. But in the meantime, I think if I think back to like the banana tip to the wall, that for me doesn't give me much. That doesn't invoke much. Because it's kind of, well, it's a banana tip to a wall. The ones that do get me is, for example, I don't know if this is strictly installation, but I believe there was a piece of artwork. It was a Banksy piece, and it ended up being auctioned. But the photo frame had a shredder that would shred the work. But I think what that served to do was probably make it more valuable.
Yeah.
because artists are like, a Banksy. It also shredded the Banksy. A shredded Banksy?
I mean, Banksy did. There is a documentary about it that you can watch that's really interesting. But there is a documentary that has a bunch of installation art that Banksy did called "Exit Through the Gift Shop," which is excellent.
I think we watched that one together.
But there's there's so much in that exhibition that I could talk about. I mean, a lot of it was to do with a lot of it was to do with government surveillance.
Geth says, the wall would have stripped paint from the tape is my thinking. Also probably rotting banana spell, depending on how long it stayed there. Well, here's the thing, the banana was changed every few days. It was kept fresh. I mean, there probably is a deeper meaning. There usually is with art. Or sometimes the artist just does it just because, and they want it to be taken as such. But Banksy particularly, I mean, there's a lot of Banksy out there where I'm sort of, sometimes you look at it and it makes you think or feel, and then sometimes it's just like, whoa, that's pretty neat. You sent me an image.
Yeah.
So let's put this on the screen and let's talk about this.
Well, this is one I discovered recently while actually
Spooky.
going over stuff I already knew and researching. This was done by Jordan Wolfson, who is an artist who primarily focuses on sex and violence in his works.
Okay.
And this was a work about violence. Basically, it's called Coloured Puppet. That's all it's called, and it's a performance piece, but the performance is the animatronic. So there's like this animatronic puppet that's connected by its head, its arm, and one of its legs by chains, and it basically during the piece, this puppet is thrashed around like a rag doll. Like it's thrown from wall to wall, it's pulled to the ceiling and then suddenly dropped against the ground. There's been times where literally in the exhibition room they have spare heads in case they need to change them out. But the eyes of this piece are screens. Kind of like, do you know, like New Age Furbies?
Yes.
Yeah, and it has facial recognition software, so as it's being thrashed around, if it recognizes a face, it will lock eyes with you. And the whole point of this piece is about inescapable violence.
Are we talking societal or abuse?
I think both.
I see.
And he's designed to look like a 1950s American TV puppet, like Howdy Doody or characters from Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
And I think it's more of a. I think because of that, it does say here that so this is a reporter speaking on it. It's as if I'm looking at an artist's meditation on child abuse or a simulation of suffering. And Jordan talks about this piece and he says, this is real violence. It's real abuse. It's not a simulation. And, you know, the reporter says, how is beating up a puppet real violence? And Jordan says, it's because I'm applying real physical violence to a figure, even though it's made of animated parts. And during like, this is a really wild piece to watch if you watch the whole thing unfold, because during the piece, every time a loop goes round, at some point during that loop, the animatronic will stop, be raised to the ceiling so it's above you, look directly down at you, and then its eyes will be filled with random images. And as this happens, you can hear Jordan's voice come through the puppet and count down a list of things that this puppet wants to do. So it'll be like 2 to hold you, 3 to choke you, and like things like that. It's very creepy.
That's wild.
I apologize, my voice was a touch loud there. And it's and the last thing it says is spit earth, and then nothing else, and then it collapses. And I just, you know, there are some things that are just designed to be interpreted, like they don't make any specific sense. He also did another piece which is incredibly weird to watch just because of the fluidity of it all. He made a piece in 2014 called Female Figure, which is an animatronic woman who dances in front of a mirror. And the movements are so fluid. But she is kind of highly sexualized in the way that she's dressed. But she has this terrifying, like, witch goblin mask on. And she'll, like, dance to pop songs and then every so often, like, whisper things. It's very creepy. But apparently it's a piece that is a commentary on sexualization,
Mhm.
because your instinct is to sexualize the figure. Um,
Mhm.
and it's sort of a commentary on how that's something that you're doing.
Yeah.
And how there isn't like there's no consent when it comes to sexualization.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So just going back a little bit, June says apparently the whole point of, of the banana taped to the wall was literally, if you view this as art, then what does it mean for something to even be art in the first place, and how do we assign worth to the things we value? Which, yeah, I guess that does go back to the anti-art thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I said when you guys were talking about anti-art. Is that anti-art is the antithesis of art,
Mhm.
and it's designed to make you question what is art and what value do you ascribe to it.
Yeah.
I would like to see the mask. Sure, I can drop you a link to a video on it. It's very spooky.
Yeah. I mean, if I remember rightly, it is sort of super creepy.
It is. It's called Female Figure. But there is an art collective I want to talk about extensively. So I'm happy to like listen to your thoughts on those pieces and then talk about that.
To be honest, it's one of those where this is where for me art hits. Um, yeah. By all means, we can drop the links to the pieces. For me, this is the sort of installation art that I really enjoy because you can. It's again, it's not just a painting. Not that there's anything wrong with those as art, but um, it's not just a painting that you can observe for a little while. Um, it's more to it. There's more to see. There's more to view. There's more to understand or interpret. And it's interactive. It's doing something. And the way that may change or the way you may observe any sort of differential is, to me, it's much more thought provoking. So the coloured puppet, for example, um, seeing that to be an allegory to abuse or to, I guess, perpetual violence, that it goes on and on. And even in the brief reprieve, as you say, sometimes it rises up, and it's not physically violent, but there's no real reprieve from the violence because it's the violent thoughts, it's the violent feelings, it's those phrases, as you said, the artist counting down the list of things that they want to do, um, and then the violence continues, and then you have this other one, which is the sexualization, the female figure, the sexualization of a person, where it doesn't even the face obviously being the goblin mask, the witch's face, um, that it's not even part of it because ultimately that's not taken into consideration when we're talking about the sexualization of uh, a person, a person's frame. They may as well be faceless because that's the way they're treated when they're being sexualized. It's not, they're not a person. They're something to be ogled at, male or female, obviously, something to be ogled at, wolf whistled, cat called, you know, um, objectified. So, and that's why I think those particular pieces of art for me are incredibly interesting and incredibly thought provoking. because it's a display of those things, and it's still a violent or more aggressive display of those things in a format that for me does a similar thing to horror in terms of horror movies, is that it gives you that morbid look of things that these things happen, or these things can happen and do happen, but we're not talking about it. We're watching. Um we're all viewers. We're all bystanders to this the horrific abuse, or the sexualization, the objectification, um, and it's entertaining. But in actual fact, these are real problems. These are real representations of real problems. So that would be my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the purpose is to it wasn't too creepy, but extremely well made. Yeah, it's excellent. I think your interpretation of it completely depends on you, and I think that it's cool to be like confronted with these pieces and then have your own interpretation, then create a conversation around it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just the value of the conversational value of just actually being able to look at these things and say, well, how are you looking at that? How are you interpreting it? What do you think is happening here? What do you think is really happening here? Or what are we really trying to say or display? Or in some cases, what's being pushed into us, pushed into our faces?
Mm.
Yeah. Do you have some more?
Yeah, so there's a specific art collective I want to talk about. I wanted to make this the last thing because it goes from the sort of being confronted with things that we think are a bit uncomfortable to being confronted with pure whimsy.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that these pieces like elicit a sense of wonder like nothing I've ever experienced before. And I wish I could experience these pieces in person. I feel like that's a huge like bucket list thing of mine. That I would like to experience. But I am truly obsessed, and I'm going to talk about a couple of these works because they're huge. So far, I've only talked about singular pieces that can be installed in museums and such. These projects, they're entire buildings. And the only way to like truly experience them is to explore them yourself. But there are videos of people doing walkthroughs of them, which I've watched countless times and stuff. But I really wanted to talk about an art collective called Meow Wolf.
Are we going to talk about Omega Mart?
Well, I was gonna say it's probably easy for me to like basically describe them like they have on their website, and then probably start with the one which is the most well known, which is Omega Mart.
Yeah. Okay.
So Meow Wolf started in 2008 of a small collective of artists in Santa Fe who all shared an interest in publicly displaying their works while developing their skills together. And this collective has the approach of painters, architects, sculptors, performers, writers, and it all led to Meow Wolf's distinctive style of immersive environments that are maximalist in nature and allow for audience-driven experiences. And I can't sum this up any better than they have, but I think the one that is worth talking about first is the one that people know the most about, which is Omega Mart.
Yeah.
So Omega Mart is in, I believe it's in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And it's so the exterior of Omega Mart is a shop.
It's a supermarket, isn't it?
It's a store. It's a supermarket. Yeah. And it has the aesthetic of a regular supermarket. There are people working there on the tills. There are, the people walking around that are there to help you. And it seems like a totally regular supermarket, except that all of the products are off in some way or another. Like, you can buy any of these products in the supermarket, which is incredible, but there are things like you can buy a can of gender fluid. You can find sleeping pills, but on the packaging, it's desperately asking you to wake up from a coma. There are oranges that have that look like oranges, but you can pick them up, and underneath there is this like glowing like portal to another dimension.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine the amount of work that's gone into every single product here. And the exterior and everything, and there's things around you that's like, let's take the vow of the Omega Mart employees and stuff like that, and you just notice things that are incredibly weird in the space. It's huge. There's so much to explore, and I mean, you could spend hours just looking at every product. But that is literally just the surface. I mean, Omega Mart and the other pieces that I'm going to talk about are icebergs, where the shop is the very surface. You're literally just scratching the surface, because when you open one of their refrigerators that has like a bunch of drinks in it, it's a corridor. It's a winding corridor that warps as you walk through it.
Okay.
And when you get to the other side, there are a series of huge environments. One of them is the offices of the company that owns Omega Mart. One of them is a factory where they make their products for Omega Mart, and one of them is a desert town that's been sucked into this universe. And what I love about these installations is that every single one of them has a cohesive story, and it's like experiencing an ARG in real time, because all over, like on their YouTube channel, they have videos that have hints to stuff in them. When you're in the space itself, there are books written in different languages that you can read and translate. There are notes and videos left around from employees. There are secret codes that you can use to plug into their giant machine. And the very, like, in their factory bit, the way you get around is via slides. Which for one is like super fun, because they want adults to get in touch with their inner child, and they want people to feel that they're in a completely new space, and
You've traveled to another world or another
Yeah.
dimension.
Yeah, and I mean, if you actually dig into the story of Omega Mart, it's about the fact that all of the products are made with a substance called sauce. And sauce, they harvest sauce from people. And the way that they harvest it is through these tubes or the slides that you go through. Which like harvests like this sauce that is a part of everybody, and then the sauce is put into the products, which makes the products like really addictive. And then people obviously consume that, and then they come back and are harvested again. And that's kind of and it's really interesting, because sauce is like a trans-dimensional substance. And because they had this sauce in the factory, they had a huge amount of it. There's like all the breakdown of reality happening underneath the supermarket. And then there's this whole part about an ancient civilization who used to live on Earth, who respected the sauce and like made tomes about how no one should keep it for themselves. And obviously, with corporate greed involved, the leader of Omega Mart eventually he's like sucked into the machine or something, or his consciousness becomes one with the sauce or something. There's this whole thing about him and his daughter that's like a murder mystery, and then you have this ancient civilization, and then you have all these like alien products. I mean, there's videos of them testing the products, and one of them's like 96-hour energy. And there's this guy just manically cleaning while they're watching, like these people in white coats are watching him.
Wow.
And there's so much to it. Honestly, it's, oh god, it makes my hair stand on end when I watch videos of people exploring these places, and I just want to visit them so bad. But Omega Mart was created in March of 2019.
Oh, okay.
And that's one of their more recent ones. Their most recent one is called Convergence Station.
Right.
But before I talk about Convergence Station, because there's a lot there, I think I should talk about one of their first like walk through exhibitions, like one of these like interactive experiences,
Yeah.
which is called the House of Eternal Return.
Okay.
And it's a house in a small mountain town of Santa Fe, and it looks like a sort of old school
Like Gothic.
yeah, kind of gothic like house. It's a big house. I wouldn't particularly say it was a mansion, but it's a very big house. And when you walk around this house, on the surface it just looks like a house, but as you walk around, so many weird things happen. Like there's a dining room table that when you get close to it, it starts to glow and shake, and the ceiling above shakes. You can go into the rooms of every single family member and learn about the family who live there. You can like explore all these little nooks and crannies, because you find that the house is sort of this warping space where every single room connects back to itself. And that's just the house. I mean, there's so many little nooks and crannies to get through in the house. I mean, you can go through like the cupboard under the stairs and it brings you out upstairs. And the bathroom mirror has a portal in it. And there's the story of this environment is that the family, basically the dad of the family, is kind of obsessed with the idea of like opening portals and stuff in other worlds.
Right.
I think, and now I might be wrong about this because it was quite a long time ago when I went deep into this, but I think the dad ends up like running this like wellness cult. And he's like really obsessed with the idea of like being able to like mentally shift to another dimension or something. Anyway, he fucks around and finds out, and the whole house is basically pulled into like a limbo of dimensions,
Right.
which is really cool when you start to dig a little deeper in the house. So, for instance, in the kitchen, when you open up the refrigerator, it's a tunnel, and it leads into this beautiful, I can't remember exactly which environment it comes out to. It's either the ice room, where there's like a huge mammoth and everything's made of ice, and it's like you've traveled in time back to the ice age. And I think that environment leads into Portals Bermuda. I'm pretty sure Portals Bermuda is part of House of Eternal Return, because
Okay.
that's it's basically a travel agent, like an airport, but for dimensional travel.
Right.
And there's people who work in Portals Bermuda. I'm pretty sure one of them's a hologram. And they're like, "Oh, where do you want to go?" And then you can go through a bunch of doors, and they will lead you into completely different environments. I mean, right at the base of this thing, there is, like, obviously you traverse this environment. Every environment's huge. There's like one that's entirely like tunnels of televisions, and weird stuff in like cases. And then right at the base of this thing, there's a giant castle. And I mean, the room must be like 30, 40 feet tall. And there's this beautiful starscape, and it's literally like you're dimension hopping through the whole thing.
I see.
And this is where every single one of these pieces have something in common, because every single one of them have in common this idea of being able to travel through dimensions.
Yeah.
And I think that they really brought this idea together when they created Convergence Station. And Convergence Station is in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And it was created in 2021. And it, like I said, with Portals Bermuda being this sort of like travel agent for dimensional travel, that's just a small part of the house. Convergence Station takes this idea and runs wild with it. It is literally an airport that you go into to dimensional travel.
Right.
And there are, I mean, I think the most striking place in Convergence Station is the forest. There is a sort of 30, 40 foot tall building, which they built from scratch, by the way. They got a piece of land in between a bunch of highways. They knocked the building down and then built a new building.
Wow.
That would fit everything in. If you look at the behind the scenes on Convergence Station, there's like builders and electricians, like by the dozens in there, and there's artists following them who are like the forest is like, it's got this huge tree in the middle, and then all around the edges are like balconies you can walk across, and every single piece of that tree, all the bark, all the leaves, every single piece of lighting has been done by hand. They go in there and they're carving the clay and stuff that they're using for these exteriors, and every single piece is like, it's just beautifully designed. And it's so funny to see the team talk about it, because they have writers who kind of write the story for the place, and then they have like the architects and the concept artists going over, right, well, what can we do to bring this story to life? And then they have the artists go and work on it and actually create those things. And they said, like, we did not realize how expensive this was going to be, and I can imagine the cost of it is unfathomable.
Yeah.
But to me, so worth it. I never in my life have I seen anything like this, and I think that they've brought something truly special to the world. And in Convergence Station, there's so many areas I can talk about because it's just huge. But they do have an area that's kind of like an alien back alley street.
Yeah.
It's got a bunch of different shops in it of like incomprehensible stuff, and they have a big television, and there's a guy who's like, make sure you get your votes in, and they're like, what are we voting for? And it's like, the mayor, it changes every 10 seconds. So like they have an election for a mayor of this town every 10 seconds that you can go in and vote for.
Sounds like the UK Tory government. New Prime Minister. Heads up, everyone, new Prime Minister just dropped.
And they're all like alien creatures, and like the best thing about all of these places are that, like, the people who work there are obviously part of the collective, but they're so in character. Like, they really go for it to make you feel so immersed. And there's like a car melted into the sidewalk, and there's just like a bunch of, I mean, every so often they'll have like performances or whatnot of people playing music and stuff.
Yeah.
And I cannot like express my love for Meow Wolf. I mean, Meow Wolf literally got their name by putting in from a random word generator. They're just so unorganized, but like they all just want to create, so they kind of just like throw this stuff together, and it ends up being the most like immersive and beautiful like things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think every environment connects in some way. Every story connects together.
Yeah.
The House of Eternal Returns, Omega Mart, and Convergence Station, they're all connected in some way, and you can actually take part in their online like ARGs. I mean, if you look on their YouTube channel, I mean, you might have seen already adverts for or commercials for products in Omega Mart.
Yeah.
And there are like they do other kinds of videos that kind of delve deeper. There's one that introduces Portals Bermuda.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, come here to travel. These are all the amazing places you can go. And it's, I can't imagine like how intense it must be to keep all these places running, because all these places are open. You can go and buy tickets to them. If you live in America, like, I cannot like suggest enough. I can't recommend enough that you go and experience these things, because that's something like I personally, I would never want to visit America. Like, I'm not. There's nothing in America that ever has drawn me to want to go and visit there. No, no offense, Americans, just personal. Um, but this would get me there in a heartbeat. I would do anything to visit these places. I would literally go to America just to visit all three of these and then go home.
Fair enough.
Um, and I feel free to like talk about what you think while I get some videos for chat to throw in so they can have a look at these things and some photos for you to put up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I did put a couple up as we were talking there. I just think those things for me, it kind of goes beyond the the scope of like installation art for interpretation. It's more like it's art, but it's more experience art, or it's kind of like a horror house, right? It's like a walk through interactive experience, like a not a theme park, but an attraction, right? It's a tourist attraction.
Mm. But they're an art collective and they're doing it for the love of the art.
Yeah. Um, but I do feel like with these things, I mean, I would love to go to these. I mean, we have one, not not quite. Well, I'd say it's not quite the scale of. I'm talking about the Forbidden Corner near us, which is
Mm.
which is a similar. Basically, we have a place nearby that it's called the Forbidden Corner, and basically, it's someone who he bought a load of land and he turned it into a garden, but it's so weird and wonderful, and there's like you'll walk through it and there's statues, and there's one where like if you walk past it it's like a little boy and he pees on you. It's like but he like squirts water at you when you walk past him. There's one where it's a bunch of bears stood in a circle playing cards, and one of them's hiding a card behind their back. There's like a giant dude made oh, no problem, bunnies. Thank you so much for lurking. What do you cry playing a horror game tutorial? Oh no! But get some sleep. Finally, get some sleep. You can't wait for us to get hitched. So exciting, so happy for you too. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bunny.
I can't wait to get hitched either. It is so exciting. Well, good night, bunnies. Thank you very much for lurking. I hope you sleep well. But yeah, they have this giant dude holding an axe, and there's like a corridor you walk through, but it kind of gets narrower and narrower till you're basically having to crawl to get through it. Um, and what it used to be, not so much anymore, but now it's can you find all of the weird and wonderful things, and of course you get the area map for the locations, but it doesn't show you exactly where everything is. You have to find everything. What it used to be is you're given a riddle when you first go in, and the riddle will take you to a piece of art or a statue or it'll take you to a location where you'll then find the next piece of the puzzle, the next piece of the riddle. And you work your way all the way through. There's one with, for example, you walk through a corridor and you enter this round. It's like a small round hallway, basically, where there's doors all over, but the floor spins, so you kind of can't. You got to try and like stay up, but also find the door, the right door, but it tries to disorient you while you're doing it. Um, but yeah, those types of experiences I absolutely adore. So I'm not like I'm not a rides person, you know. I've been on roller coasters, but I don't really like them. But those for me, I mean, it's kind of off topic, not really installation art that I'm talking about here, but like those experiences for me are things I love because it's just so wacky and wild, and you can just escape uh the mundane reality for a day or a few hours. Um, but yeah, well, thank you very much for talking us through these different pieces of art, Ghost. Um, let me put an image up of one of these images you've given me, and give me just a moment. And this is Convergence Station. This is one of the sections of bloody hell.
Depends which one you put up.
Yeah, this one looks like it's of Convergence Station.
I
It says that on the image
it's
file.
Conversion Station. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, which I mean that just looks wacky. It looks like something out of a video game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like all the balconies and everything they built. So there's like a huge mesh underneath, and then they've gone in and like carved out all the trees and everything, and that's just one of the areas that's in there. I mean, I think all three of these images I sent you are from Convergence Station.
Yeah.
There's the huge palace at the bottom. Actually, that might be House of Eternal Returns that Palace is at the bottom of. But I did put 3 videos in the chat to show you little walkthroughs of all 3 of those. Feel free to just like flick through them so you can see some of the wild stuff that's in there. But a lot of people talk about Omega Mart. I'm like, oh, Omega Mart's so cool, and they think it's just they look at it at surface level, like, oh, cool, an art installation, and then there's like they look at the shop and they're like, look at all these weird products, and then never think about it again.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm like, there's so much underneath it, and then they've got Convergence Station, and their first one, House of Eternal Return, and like they've been doing huge pieces of work before that, but not as to the scale that these 3 are. And I just think they're an incredible art collective, and I know that they're working on something new as well. And I just know like these things aren't going to be available forever. Like there's going to be a point where it's expensive to run, or it's they're having to like shut down one location in order to open up their newest exhibit. And I just really think people should know about it, and if they have the opportunity to experience it, to do that, and just understand that like the limit of art is endless.
Yeah. Well, I do actually going into. We're going to be heading into a song break before we break the next segment, but I do actually have something about a piece of art for the next segment that we're going to talk about. But now, let's go into a break because I need the bathroom. So,
All good.
we're going to take a quick song break, everyone. We're going to play a little bit more bedroom pop for y'all to enjoy while we take a break. So I will catch you guys shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Chattybee. Now going into the next segment of the show, aptly named "That's Fucking Weird," where we're going to talk about some weird, wonderful, strange shit that we've seen online. Ghost, have you seen any weird, wonderful, and strange shit online this week? Because if you haven't, I've got a fair few things to share with you, my friend.
Oh, well, you're welcome to go first.
Okay, first of all, breaking news: second moon orbiting the Earth.
Excuse me?
Science, bitch.
I feel like this is something we would have noticed.
It's a quasi satellite. And I can't remember the name of the telescope, but basically a telescope has found a second moon orbiting the Earth. It's known as Camo Illyria. And it's basically it's the second moon. It was confirmed in 2021 because we do have a lot of various asteroids, meteors, such like orbiting the Earth already. But the fact that we have now confirmed that there is, in actual fact, a second astral body. Again, quasi-satellite, because it's basically, if you don't know what a quasi-satellite is, it's basically something in space that orbits the sun close to the planet. So, it's been observed as a mini moon that they thought basically originally was like a celestial fragment. It's basically a fragment of an asteroid that's broken off. But now classified as the second moon.
What?
Yeah.
Is it even still here?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Because, like, when you look through a telescope, you're, like, looking in the past, aren't you?
Technically. So they believe either it's a piece of an asteroid or it's maybe something that's broken off our moon. But yeah, there's a wild thing. They think it's been in orbit for about 500 years. But hey, everyone, come to Chattybee and you'll learn that we have a second fucking moon. How wild is that? There probably are other co-orbiters. There probably are other.
Great, now I don't know which moon to blame when I'm feeling shitty.
No, it's the main one. They'll always. I'm a one.
The main one.
I'm a one moon kind of guy, you know. But yeah, there's an interesting fact. Second, just because we were coming off the back of art, a 400-year-old painting by Ferdinand Boll, painted in the 17th century, depicts a boy, Frederick Sluiskin. But what people have begun to notice is he's wearing Nikes. He's got them Jordans. There it is on stream for you all to see. A 400-year-old piece of art, and he's wearing Nikes.
No.
No, he is. Those are definitely Nikes.
It's a hole in the top.
He's
because
got
it's
those.
tied with a bow.
No, he's got those Air Jordans.
He's got that 400-year-old drip.
Yeah, but that's just again once more a weird thing online. They can't be anything other than Nikes, otherwise it's copyright infringement. Exactly. The swoosh is correct, I think. I don't know. It's not. The swoosh is probably not correct. But yeah.
It's the hole. I'm telling you.
No, it's 400-year-old little Frederick in his Jordans. And the gallery's description of the artwork says the boy is elegantly attired in a grey suit, matching cloak, trimmed with shiny gold buttons and ribbon bows. His wide-brimmed hat is hooked over the back of the chair behind him. But I think they should also add and Nikes and some sweet Nike trainers.
Exactly, Gath. You can see the other shoe.
Yeah, they're still Nikes. You can see on the other shoe. Let me blow it up. Let me blow it up for you all, just to prove my point here. you can kind of see that he's got that Nike swoosh.
It doesn't. It's a rectangular hole.
Well, I like the world where the 400-year-old painting depicts a little boy wearing Nikes. So that's what we're gonna go with. And I don't think anyone in chat would ever disagree with me on that. The 400 boy in his Jordans. There you go. Just another interesting weird thing online. Do you have anything weird, or would you like me to hit you with another one?
You can give me another.
Okay. There is a town in Texas called Kyle. And Kyle is now most famous for this year having Kyle Fest, which was a gathering of 1,500 people named Kyle in the town of Kyle.
Oh my god, pop off, Kyle.
Yeah.
What the fuck is up, Kyle?
The Kyles who turned up had a great time by all accounts. Crowds of Kyles could be seen wearing backwards baseball caps and sunglasses, lining up to pay $20 for the joy of punching through 4 panels of drywall before celebrating with a firm high five. There were margarita making competitions, rib competitions, and fireworks, but everything was building up to the ultimate event that they called the Gathering of the Kyles. Now that sounds like a cult. But
yeah,
verification was strict. You had to have proof of ID and address, and they did not allow variations. You couldn't be Kylie or Keel or Kyla. You had to just be Kyle. Legally Kyle. Middle names and surnames were also not accepted either. Headlining the music was country artist Kyle Daniel. And let me just get you this. I'm gonna put something on the screen. You know how in news articles they'll put the caption underneath, or if it's a news article of multiple people, it'll go from left to right. This is blah 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 XYZ. So here is this one. From left to right, we have Kyle, 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 and Kyle.
Oh my.
And they're all wearing t-shirts. That's it, Kyle.
Do you know what? Every single one of those people look like a Kyle.
Yeah, they all do. They all do. However, what I am noticing, right? Little girl in a pink shirt.
She might be Kylie.
No, you're not allowed to be Kylie. It's Kyle only. So we have a little Kyle. We have a bigger Kyle with a cowboy hat. Kyles come in all different shapes and sizes. Look, there's Walter White on the right-hand side. Kyle White. All the way on the right. Green. We got Green Kyle in the back. We got Cowboy Kyle up there with his little foam hat on. It's just Kyles everywhere. Chitty, they're all Kyle White. Actually, no. We have African American Kyle. So not strictly true. We have Redneck Kyle over here. They're all but one Kyle White. Well, no, well, kind of. Kyle.
Talking about town names actually reminded me of something.
Go ahead.
This is something that I saw on the internet, but not in this week. You reminded me that I had seen it on the internet.
Yeah.
Is there's a town in New Mexico called Truth or Consequences.
Wow, why?
It's something to do with a radio show. But did you know that Truth or Consequences is one of the crime capitals of the US?
That is hilarious. Also, New Mexico. They must have taken a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Also, New Mexico, where Breaking Bad takes place.
It's in the 5th percentile for safety, meaning 95% of all of the cities in the US are safer than Truth and Consequence.
Well, just never go through Truth or Consequences. That's. I mean, that is a name.
I know. Let me have a look at the thing at the top because it kind of explains.
So, while you do that, some more weird news for you all. South Korea have used AI to weigh Kim Jong Un. Because obviously they're not going to be able to get him to come and stand on a scale. So, according to South Korea, Kim Jong Un weighs approximately 140 kilograms. And this was analyzed by some proprietary software built by the South Koreans. So there's a fun little thing for you. We can now use AI to weigh dictators. Thank you so much, DZPG, for the follow.
Hi, DZ. It's so nice to see you.
South Korea does not say what the software is, but cites an intelligence report which suggests that the North Korean leader may also be battling insomnia. Not really sure why that's relevant, but there we go.
Oh, the dictator is having trouble sleeping at night. I wonder.
Yeah, he's fat and tired. He's believed to be suffering from a severe sleeping disorder. And this is why basically they've been trying to, I guess, collect medical information on him. He's also fallen into a vicious cycle of increased dependence of alcohol and nicotine, as well as obviously on top of his insomnia and his fatness. So yeah, I mean, fuck that guy, but also that's kind of hilarious that we're using AI to work this shit out.
Wow, he's really fallen apart, huh?
Also
found out why Truth and Consequences is called that. Radio and television producer Ralph Edwards, who hosted a game show known as Truth and Consequences in the 1940s and 50s, sought a town that would change its name to that of the show.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it was because of a game.
It's the crime capital of the U.S.
So here's another one then. Here's another weird one. 3 teenagers have been arrested in upstate New York for stealing a prize swan, then killing and eating it.
You can't do that. That's illegal. That's the Queen's. Oh, sorry, that's the King's.
Nope, the Queen's dead now, so there's no. She's.
No, they belong to the King.
She's bones. She's bones now, so you can't.
You can't hurt a swan because they belong to the King.
It does sound tasty. I'll be perfectly honest. It does sound very tasty, but I mean, you can't just not a prize swan. Why didn't it?
Like, you can't just nick an animal.
You cannot just pinch a swan. But
you can't. But who has got the balls enough to nick a swan? Because swans are fucking nasty.
The swan's name was Faye, and they also took.
Oh, it had a name. That's worse.
They also took her 4 cygnets, which I guess is a baby swan. Yeah, a young swan. They were taken from a pond in Manlius, a suburb of in the city of Syracuse, over the Memorial Day weekend. An investigation was opened up, and a teenager working at a shop confessed to taking part in a swan napping along with 2 other
Swan napping.
A swan napping. DZ says, a swan chased me around an outdoor patio when I was 8. Grave says, swans will break your arms. I mean...
Exactly. Who's that? Someone must have some real beef with this one, like, because you've got to fight that thing if you want to kidnap it.
Yeah. I bet it was tasty, though. Apparently, Faye was a mute swan, which is a species not native to North America.
You can't, right. A little PSA. Don't go nicking animals.
Just
don't go pinching them.
Like, that's not fair. Especially the mute swan.
Picking on the disabled swan. I bet it can still fucking bite you, though.
I have to weave between chairs to not get attacked. Well, they did manage to return 2 of the cygnets. And currently the swan's mate, Manny, has been swimming around the pond on his own ever since the swans
Swans
were
No,
taken.
because swans mate for life.
Well, not
Oh,
anymore.
that's so sad.
Yep. Anyway, let's take it up a notch.
From swan depression.
Yeah. Man in South Carolina robs a store using a Nintendo Duck gun. You know what? You know what's funnier? The guy looks like Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance. But yeah, apparently he's a 25-year-old guy walked into a quick shop with a spray painted duck hunt game pistol and
Can't you just like get a gun?
managed to hold up and take $300
No way.
with the duck hunt pistol. I mean, it does kind of look like a Luger, but which is like the I'm gonna say German pistol, the Luger. But yeah, I guess that's where I will say that is my weekly dose of weird shit online. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I do have an article that I thought would make us feel a bit less nervous about the wedding.
Okay.
Because it's an article of wedding planners that have shared like the worst weddings they've been to.
Okay.
And I thought none of ours can be as bad as this. So there's one here that says, the bride was pretty young, and I don't think she was much of a drinker, but her family insisted on giving her shots throughout the reception, before dinner, during, after, and they just kept coming. And when it came time to cut the cake, the bride felt sick all of a sudden, and she ended up soiling her wedding dress. The bride pooped her prance in front of all of her family and friends.
She pooped her prance.
Her prance.
Oh,
So
no.
thankfully, none of us will poop our pants.
Well, I mean, we don't know. We might have another beach situation from episode 2.
No, we're not wedding shitted.
Could you imagine if I shit my pants at the wedding? Grave, you've got to be back up for me in case I shit my pants at the altar. Like, it's like, Mr. B, will you take Mick's ghost to be your lawful wedded bride? And I'm just like... I drop trow. I toss my pants to you in a heartbeat, bro. See, I think I'm just going to wear a diaper.
No,
Just in case.
in your fitted suit.
Yep. I got to fit it around wearing a diaper.
One planner had to say, I once had a handsy grandma. She kept making inappropriate comment to the groomsmen in a really loud voice from her perch in the front row of the ceremony, and even grabbed the butts of the guys at the intro to the dinner.
You got a horny grandma. We don't have a horny grandma at our wedding. So that's fine. I think we're going to be alright. We just got Grave coming to the wedding, and that could be slightly problematic for us, but I think the other guests will control him. What else have we got?
I'll never forget this ceremony. The florist was the sweetest little lady and set up a large urn of floral arrangements surrounding the ceremony site.
An urn?
Yeah.
Isn't
well,
that where you
'cause
put dead people dust in?
yeah, but they don't have to be for that.
Turning body cocaine.
No!
Delicious body salts.
Don't.
But why would you use an urn? It's a wedding.
Right. It just means a really large pot, okay?
Well, okay, say that then.
Okay. Really large pots full of flower arrangements.
Thank you.
Right before she left, she grabbed me and said, make sure nothing happens to these urns, being that they were all 3 to 5 feet tall. And away from any sort of party. I felt very confident in my reply, and I said, yes, ma'am. But that was not the case. During the ceremony, right before the I-do's, I see the groom swaying back and forth, and 1 second later, he faints. Falling back, he lands on one of the pots, and just like dominoes, they all smash to the ground one by one.
So he fainted during the wedding and knocked down the flowers.
They just, all of these pots, like dominoes, just smashed right during the ceremony.
Is the story there not, oh, look what happened to the flowers? Is it not the groom fucking fainted? Is that, I mean,
Fainted so hard he broke all those parts. I hope he was okay.
yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's like a warning sign. Like, obviously, when we went to the beach and I chipped myself, I sat in a kid's chocolate ice cream first. So
What does this have to do with it?
that's like, no, I'm saying this is like the primary event that leads to the occasion. So you have the primary event is the groom fainting or me sitting in the ice cream, and then the secondary memory is the flowers getting knocked over and the pots getting destroyed, or me
I
shitting
think
myself.
it was her memory because she was specifically told make sure nothing happens to the pot.
Please don't break the flowers. Uh-oh, groom's dead. Whoops. At least you've got urns there. Oh, wait. Okay. What else have we got? Hit me with another one.
When you have your wedding on a city park district property, you never know what's going to happen. That is especially true of Chicago's lakefront on a warm summer. One time, we had a streaker run through our cocktail hour buck naked, with 5 Chicago police officers trying to chase him down. The chase finally ended with the streaker being tackled to the ground by the aforementioned cops and being tased multiple times before being dragged and cuffed in the back of a police car. The bride and groom luckily thought it was hilarious and joked to their guests, "Welcome to Chicago! Too bad we spent all that money on cocktail entertainment. We had no idea it would be provided to as compliments of the Chicago Police Department."
Well, this is the thing. So, I'm fully imagining that one of our guests is going to get naked during our wedding. And it's probably going to be Grave. But, like, how public are you having that wedding? That's, if there's a streaker, that's a public place. You're in the park.
Yeah.
So, you kind of bring that on yourself. Right?
Yeah. I feel like getting married in public is always like you're really
You're taking a risk, aren't you?
yeah, like this one was says the craziest thing I ever saw happen at a wedding was when we had a wedding in the same venue as a political event, and the country was very opinionated about the war, and there was a loud group of protesters with megaphones right outside the event. I went off to try and negotiate with this mob, and eventually got them to agree to turn off the megaphones. But when and apparently, the governor of Florida at the time, who was in attendance at the political event, when he heard what happened, asked if he could personally apologize to the bride and groom.
That's piss poor planning from the venue, though.
Why do you have a wedding at the same time as a political event?
That's what I mean. That the venue should have been like, well, that date we've got a political thing on, or that date, sorry, we've got a wedding on. We're not having anything political. It seems like they prioritized profit over personability in that situation. Do you have anything else, or is that a wrap for That's fucking weird?
Yeah, I mean, I did want to ask your opinions on this. So there's this article, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it lists things. It lists things that need to stop at weddings, and I want to know if you agree with the fact that these need to stop at weddings, or you think that it's time for them to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one is signs that imply the groom doesn't want to get married, and there's a sign here that says, "Too late to run. Here comes the love of your life."
So what's my? So what do you need? I don't.
So do you think this is a trend that needs to stop at weddings or not?
Oh, so the whole joke of haha, you're gonna run away. Hope you don't run. Like
It's like the haha, you're getting married. It sucks to be you.
I think that's a very like. It sort of follows the same theme of I hate my wife, blah blah blah, like the lads sort of situation. Yeah, I think we could do without that.
One of these is intricate proposal boxes. So these are like when you, instead of just asking someone to be like your bridesmaid or your groomsman or whatever, like you put together like a whole array of like gifts and cards and fruit baskets and stuff for them.
What?
And it says, doesn't the bride have enough to pay for?
I don't. But what happened to just love? I love someone. I love you. Will you marry me?
No, not like proposals to each other, like proposals to your party. To be a part of your wedding party, like your bridesmaids and your groomsmen.
So are we talking like a favor box?
Yeah.
I think favor box. I don't think they need to exist. I think sure enough, like we're having a smaller wedding, so we've gotten like there's a gift.
Yeah, but our gifts are like favors for like thank you for helping us with the wedding.
Well,
They're not like a will you be a part of the wedding.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't need to do that. Like, if you're going to have someone as your best man, assumingly you've already got a good relationship with them, and you're not going to have to, like, bribe them into saying yes.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So they're like, it feels like bribery. I feel like if you can afford to do so and you want to add a little bit of flair, then feel free. But, like, I don't think they're necessary.
No, I would probably get rid of them. I would do without them, because guests at your wedding, if, like, you're inviting someone to your wedding, they shouldn't need any sort of incentive. It's either, oh, yeah, I'll come along, or, I'm busy that day, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I also feel like if you get a whole box of stuff, it, like, puts pressure on them.
Well, yeah, it pressures you into saying yes.
The next one is animals at the wedding. Like bringing your dog to a wedding.
Well, they're part of the family. Pets are part of the family. Why not? They won't know what's going on, but they'll look cute. If I was more confident that our dog wasn't a little shit, I would probably have been more likely to want to bring him along. If it wasn't, not only that, it's a bit logistically difficult as well, because obviously we're going to have the car packed with, well, we're going to have Emilio in the car, and then suit, dress, all the bits that were taken to the wedding. So, but I don't have an issue with pets at a wedding, no.
Yeah, I feel like people would find.
I'd rather have pets than kids at a wedding.
Yeah.
Because I just think kids, like, they're just sticky and horrible. Like, get away from me. Miss me with those jam hands.
The next one is confusing themed dress codes. So, like, cocktail or formal or beachwear casual.
Well, we've said our dress code. We don't have a dress code.
No, we don't.
But if there was a theme, it's predominantly floral.
Yeah, so like I said to our guests, I was like, there isn't a theme, but if you want help, like deciding what to wear, like you can always go with floral because that's what a lot of the venue's gonna look like.
Yeah, it's well, it is a theme. I know you say there isn't a theme, but it is. That's absolutely become the theme of it because everything that you've done is floral.
Yeah, but like
it's not a dress code.
People are like, oh, wear something rustic. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I think be clear. That's why I shoved the bouquet up my bum, and he's gonna fart out flowers. He's gonna fart them out while he's walking.
Listen, the venue said no confetti. Okay.
I'm gonna stuff a load of leaves up my ass. Shit them out.
The next one is large choreographed dances.
Depends on the size of the wedding. Like, I don't think it needs to stop. But
I think they're cringe. I'm sorry. I know cringe is dead, but I would be so secondhand embarrassed.
Well, but it's just a bit of daft goofiness. I think it depends, because if it's just, you can tell when some people don't sort of, some people are doing things which is what am I trying to say? So with weddings nowadays, you tend to find a lot of people do weddings with it being the idea of let's plan this wedding not for us, not for what we want, but let's plan it to be entertaining for everyone else. And that's obviously that's the antithesis of what we've planned it. We've planned our wedding and we're sharing it with other
Like
people.
I don't care if you enjoy it or not.
Well, it might sound selfish, but it is for many people one of the most important days of their lives. So
Yeah.
why should we not? As you've said, it's a day for us where we sort of we've had a lot of sidelining and a lot of like difficulties with different things, home, financial, emotional, family, relationship, whatever it might be. Um, and it's a day for us, and we've spent a lot of money on this wedding. Well, a lot for us.
Yeah.
But we've made it. This is why, as I say, it's a small. There's 20 people there. We're not having all of our family. We're just having parents, and I mean, your sister's gonna be there, and like, it's small, but it's the people for the most part. It's the people just that we want to be there, and it's our day. It's what we want. It's not. It's going to be nice for everyone because it's.
Yeah.
But because we planned it with the intention of it being comfortable, but it's what we wanted. It's sensory friendly. It's a location. Hey there, smart name. How you doing? It's a location that's sensory friendly. It's a nice location. There's plenty of space. Thank you for the head pat. So, boop, boop.
Do you want to hear this next one? Because this next one's wild.
Yeah, sure.
Who wrote this article? Because the next one is wearing bridal cowboy boots.
Are you
Who the fuck is wearing bridal cowboy boots, first of all? And second of all, why isn't everyone doing it? Why don't I have a pair of bridal cowboy boots?
Third of all, where can I get some bridal cowboy boots?
Yeah, where do you get bridal cowboy boots? I think I think I should have gone with cowboy boots, to be honest.
But this is the thing, right? I think that's just too much of a stretch for me to even think it's something that needs to stop, because I never even knew that. That's a very American thing, I think. It's definitely a yeehaw thing. Smart name raise his hand.
Oh, here's the next one. The garter toss.
I thought the garter thing was... So the garter thing... Because obviously, traditionally, you take it off with your teeth, don't you? That's a tradition.
Yeah.
But I thought the toss was for the bouquet to decide who's gonna get married next. I didn't think it was the garter that gets tossed.
Well, I mean, they mean like the tradition of like taking it off and potentially like just throwing it afterwards, like not at anyone, just.
Oh no,
chucking it away.
that's just. I think yeah, I could put an entry into this entire sort of article for it to be the entire concept of the traditional wedding should it doesn't need to stop, but I think the concept of what's traditional as far as a wedding goes needs to not be as superfluous, forefronted, major focus. So
Those are some big words for you.
I always use big words in an effort to sound smart. That's my D&D flaw.
The next one is like things that imply you're being tied down.
Does that mean like marriage under duress?
Yeah, it's like decorations and stuff. Like, for instance, the example here is like a bottle of whiskey that says "Drink up before I'm tied down."
Again, this goes back to the running away thing, doesn't it?
It's just like, I think everybody's tired of like, haha, I hate my wife.
Well, it's boomer humor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, well, why you get married then? So stupid.
Smart name says, "Hi, Ghost."
Hi. Wedding Converse with the wedding dress.
Again, where are they even? They've been to one wedding where this happened. Like, never heard of it. What else?
Barn weddings.
American or Southwest UK?
Just barns.
Next.
Chocolate fountain.
I would love a chocolate fountain at my wedding.
No, I wouldn't because I'd just make a fucking mess.
Well, you're going to anyway. What's next?
One of them is everything that's blush pink and rose gold, and I'm like, ours isn't rose gold, but we have green and gold.
I think the blush pink thing it's because it's the traditional wedding flower colours, isn't it? The rose,
Yeah.
because okay, so people, whether you like it or not, in a wedding featuring a cis het relationship, or like a man and a woman kind of relationship, or a feminine woman, it's whether we like it or not, the wedding is primarily for them or her. And that's
It's for both of them.
we say that, but things tend to be a lot delicate, dainty, romantic, like overtly.
Do you mean
so.
like it has a feminine?
Yes, that's what I mean. I realised what I said came across as super misogynistic. No,
It's fucking girly.
sick of the fucking girlies, man. Like, no, but it's again. I think I tie this again back to the idea that the overpressed idea that the traditional wedding, because that loops into that as well. Like, if you want to go get married in like a fucking latex cat suit and the man's wearing like a gimp suit, like, do it. You know, do it. Don't be
Do
afraid.
whatever you want. Don't let people like the amount of like Reddit stories I hear and stuff of like me mother told me I have to do this at my wedding, me sister told me I have to do that at my wedding. Like honestly.
Tell them fuck off.
Yeah, and just plan everything in private.
Yeah, like we did. And
yeah.
then
I was
disappoint
like, here's the
there.
crack. Are you coming on out?
Yeah, this is what's happening. This is our day. We're paying for it. So if we would love you to come, but if you your input is not wanted in the planning of the wedding, and if you can accept that, then come along and have a good time. If not, then fuck off. There's the door. Don't let the door hit you where the Lord split you. Like, miss me with that suggestion shit.
Well, that's all I have. So speaking of Reddit stuff, do you want to move into that?
Oh yeah, let's move into section 3. Why though? Do you need anything bathroom wise, drink wise, anything before we move into it, or should we just dive straight in?
I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay.
Well, segment 3, everyone. Why though? Let's open it up then with some Am I the Assholes? Ghost, would you like to take it away?
Yes. I picked most of the ones I picked are wedding related just because I thought that was appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one I have is, am I the asshole for taking my future wife's last name? My fiancée, Nicole, and I are engaged and getting married this October. She has a very interesting Nordic last name, and she was clear from the get-go that she wanted to keep it. She has a very close, special bond with her parents, and she is one of the last in her family to have her name. There is only one man in her family with the last name, and he is proudly child-free. I have a rocky relationship with my parents. I don't want to say anything bad about them because I love them to death, but things haven't always been good. Since I started dating Nicole, I saw her relationship with her parents, and she encouraged me to spend more time with mine. So it has improved in the past few years because I see them frequently and keep them updated with my life. I'm the last male with my last name. My fiancée is the last childbearing age person with her last name. We aren't planning on kids right now, but it's the fact that we both are the last to possibly pass the name along. I decided, because I felt it was important that we shared a last name, that I would take her last name. She and her family were surprised and honoured and told me that they would support my decision no matter what. My parents found out I was changing my last name, in an inopportune way prior to me sitting them down to talk about it. It did not go over well, and my dad refused to speak to me for a week. My mum would send incoherent texts begging and pleading me not to change my name, saying things like, "In our culture, men keep their last names. You can't just change your last name," and that it was disrespectful and I had forsaken my family, and that I was destroying the family by changing my last name. She also said that her future grandkids deserve the name, my German last name. This is just so wrong. Please don't do it. There were many other vitriolic, sexist, and unhinged texts, but those are a few examples of the things she said. My dad and her refuse to understand that I'm a grown adult and that they are essentially disowning me and and uninviting me from any family events in the future, like my sister's graduation party or a family trip that's already planned and paid for. For context, I am a white American man, so I think the culture she is referring to is white American culture, I think. So am I the asshole for taking my fiance's last name?
No. Next time, next post. No, hold on. So tying this all back again, right? Tradition. Once more, tradition, tradition, tradition. And this idea that you have to the wife has to take the husband's last name. Like, no. Like, you just it's an option. You don't even in marriage, you don't even have to take anyone's name. You
Yeah,
can
you can
be
keep your own.
Yeah, which is a totally fine and acceptable thing. So why is it that we're at a point where and with these again I'll relate it to this post. Why is there a point where it's even a minor concern that this person's taken, the man's taken the woman's last name, or the husband has taken the wife's last name? Like, it's just fucking stupid. And the fact that they've now taken it to dramatic levels, uninvited from, uninvited from events, not allowed to come because you're not doing it in a traditional way. It feels phobic in some way.
Oh well, yeah, I think like it's almost abusive, like to cut your like to force a divide between you and your other family members because you don't agree on something. And somebody put in the comments here, traditions are just peer pressure from long dead people.
Yeah, well, that's exactly true, and that basically hits on the point that Graves just made there. It's been like that for thousands of years, and we're only now phasing out of it. Which, when we say only now, obviously, what I assume Grave means is in recent society. We don't mean as of like right now, June 2023. We mean sort of the modern day, 21st century, beyond the digital era, um, of humanity. So I understand the pressures, but I think to react in that way, to be so gravely, deeply offended,
Mm.
is ridiculous. So no, this person's not an asshole. His partner's not an asshole. The family's the asshole.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying like just let your family have the tantrum, and that it's like people are obsessed with the idea that their name will go on after they die. But I'm like, if you're, in my opinion, and this is probably like a hot take, but like if you're obsessed with your name being known long after you're gone from the world, then you should do something to contribute something to the world that's worth remembering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's basically just like, well, I had a kid, I expect my kid to do it.
But then also, I guess if you're a people pleaser, you don't do it the other way around. You just don't take either person's name.
Yeah, but even then, I'm just like,
Double barrel it.
well, he did say at the end, edited to add, her last name is 14 letters, my current one is 8 letters, so hyphenating is not really an option.
Yeah. Well, fair enough then. Yeah. So no, I think the families have been assholes. It's again, it's the gorilla grip pussy of tradition.
I just think that it's like he's obviously she's got a good relationship with her family, and she's told him that he should put in the effort with his own family, and he has. Like he has made the effort with his own family, and then
Yeah.
they've pretty much just thrown it back in his face because he's made his own decisions about his own life.
Yeah. Fucking stupid.
It's like, for example, when we get married, we'll have a completely new name that's separate from both of our families.
Well, I do now.
Yeah, so you obviously already do, but I will be joining you in that, and we'll have our own family name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're starting our own bloodline. Except we're not, because we're not having kids. But well, we don't know that yet. But okay, so let me hit you with this one.
Okie dokie.
There's I'm gonna preface this by saying there is an already incredibly obvious answer in this one. So, sorry. Am I the asshole for not using my husband's hilarious gift? Husband, 29 male, and I, 26 female, have been married for 4 years. I had a great job in sales before COVID, but we found during the pandemic that things just worked better with Hitch at work, so husband at work, and me at home. He earns enough to support us both. I never thought I'd end up being a traditional wife, but given that he's the breadwinner, I sometimes feel as though I should pick up a lot of the slack at home. Now, I want to comment on that. I don't think that's a traditional wife thing. I don't think it matters which way around. If someone is out working all day and you're not working, then you pick up the slack at home. That's teamwork.
That's fine, but I think when it comes to women in that role, they are trad wives.
So
They're classed as trad wives, which some people lean really far into it, like that's all they want to be, but some people are just like, well, that's the way the cards fell.
yeah, I'm not a great cook, but I'm sociable and enjoy being a hostess. When husband has friends over to watch soccer, football, I prep a huge tray of snacks, keep the beers on ice, and pop in with drink and food top-ups during the game. I don't stay to watch, but I do ask the guys how they're doing and have a polite chit-chat. They all seem into it and often comment that the husband's done well to have such a great wife. Oh my god, that's cringe.
Oh my god.
It's a nice setup. But I mean, if she's happy with that, then all power to her.
Happy for you, babe, but like,
This is where things
couldn't be me.
This is where things take a turn for the yikes. Last week, husband came home with a beautifully gift-wrapped box and said he got me a little something to wear when his friends are next over. I do my best to dress nicely when they're around, so I figured it would be a pretty dress or something. Now, would you like to take a guess on what it is?
It's a maid outfit. As my guess is it's a maid outfit.
Oh, no. That's tame. That's mayonnaise compared to this hot sauce. So, he had a huge grin on his face, and he was I was so excited. I opened the box to find a red latex mini dress and a ball gag. The gag was designed to look like a football, and the dress is in his team's colours. I didn't know what to say at first. I was so confused. He's never been into anything like that, and he's very vanilla. I asked if it was a joke, and at first he said no, and he told me his friends wouldn't believe how lucky he was if I walked in with the snacks like that. I can't remember what I said next, but then he told me it would be hilarious if I wore it and I should lighten up. I gave it a nervous laugh and told him I thought it was funny too. This morning, he put both items on my dresser and said he's looking forward to seeing me in them when the guys are around tomorrow. I reminded him that he said it was a joke, and he got a bit sulky and said he can't believe I don't have a sense of humour. But from what he's saying, it sounds like he's expecting me to wear it. But I'm confused because, number one, I don't know if he's done this as a joke because his friends think I talk too much, or number two, if he's gonna if he gets off on me being humiliated. He's saying I'm being uptight and calls me out for being an asshole, but I don't think I'm unreasonable. Am I the asshole?
So here's what you do.
Leave.
Before I give my serious answer, here's what you do.
Yeah.
You go out and you buy a men's red latex thong, like a budgie smuggler, and a little bow tie, and you say, Sure, but before I wear mine, I'm actually having a girls' night, and I think it would be so funny if you wore this around all my friends and served us drinks all night, because then my girlfriends would be like, "Oh, you're so lucky."
Good idea. Yeah, make him go the same way, because that to me is he is
It's equal rights here, baby.
yeah, equal rights, bitch. He is sexualizing his partner, which it's his partner, but in front of his friends.
He's not even like sexualizing her. He's commodifying her as a thing.
Yeah, like a pure
Like
objectification.
she's like, oh well, I didn't expect to be a trad wife, but that's where it's fallen, and I don't mind his friends, and I like doing little things around the house. Like that's fine for her, but if he's then seeing her as, oh, you're a trad wife, like by choice, therefore you'll just do whatever I ask, and I can treat you like it's the fucking 1930s.
Yeah.
And exactly what Graves said, like it's one thing between partners, but saying like, oh, my friends aren't going to believe this, and like sort of force, because he is forcing her, he's manipulating her into humiliating herself by saying like, oh, you can't take a joke and you're being a dick about it. Like she was like, oh, I thought you said it was a joke, and he was like, well, yeah, but I expect you to wear it. Like then it's no longer a joke, because at the end of the day, if a joke is funny to both people, it's a joke. If it's only funny to one person at the expense of the other, it's bullying.
Yeah. So my opinion is she just needs to go back to work and never let him have his friends around ever again. Like, I get she doesn't mind bringing in a drink or getting some snacks. She loves her husband. She wants to do something nice for him while he's enjoying time with his friends. That's fine. She doesn't have to do that. That's fine.
I think they need to have like a real conversation about like what it means that she's at home. Because I think that he is starting to have less respect for her because she is sort of fulfilling this role of trad wife.
Well, it's a humiliation thing. I
Yeah,
think
so he doesn't respect her.
yeah, but also there's the aspect of her being is there an abusive manipulation here because he has the financial superiority over her in the house.
Yeah, because financial abuse is a real thing, and I think before you get into the realm of like, do we think this is abuse or could turn into abuse, I think that before you start addressing those things, you need to just have a conversation. Like, because obviously we know communication is key for a relationship, and if they have a conversation and really get into the nitty gritty of things, and he's like, oh, I didn't realize that you felt so disrespected, like I apologize, in the future, like we'll just keep like these jokes are fine between us, but not between your friends, sort of thing, then that's fine. You're not getting into that realm. It's if he starts being like, well, you'll do this for me because I paid for it and I bought it, and like that kind of thing, that's when you get into the realm of like, okay, this is red flag territory.
I think we're already there though.
I mean, yeah, I do think we're already there. This is what I said. Like, couldn't be fucking me.
Yeah. Cool
Despise
Pokemon
not
in the
being
chat.
treated as an equal.
Me and Shao.
Yeah, mine shall.
Cool looking Pokemon. Anyway, but yeah, I don't want to go with the cop out answer of they need to communicate. Obviously, they need to communicate. I'm thinking about this as like as an isolated like situation.
I think she should buy the budgie smugglers.
Yeah, that's what she should do. She should make him do the same and be like, yeah, oh yeah, I'll absolutely do this for you. Or is he maybe trying to take it to like a beyond place? Because this is like, if it's like, oh, haha, maid outfit, quench wench, whatever it might be, fair enough. But this is like a red latex mini dress and a fucking ball gag. Like, sexual
Honestly, if it was a
objectification.
maid dress, I would be down to fight if it wasn't a case of like, oh, you this is a sexy bedroom thing for me and you, not for your friends. Like if it was like, no, I want you to wear this in front of my friends,
Yeah.
I'd be ready to fight. But the fact they got her a fucking ball gag and expects her to wear a ball gag, like, these hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah. Well, exactly. What have you got next for me?
Okay. More wedding stuff. And I think this one would be more. It's not as clear cut, I don't think. So am I the asshole for photoshopping a wedding photo? Hi everyone. I just got married. I, 29 female, just got married to Tom, 32 male, 3 weeks ago. And I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with him. We came back from our honeymoon in Japan a week later, and I got the wedding photos. My sister was the photographer, since she has her own business, and wanted to gift us all the photos and videos.
Yeah.
One of my bridesmaids, Hannah, 29 female, her dad passed away sadly, a freak accident right before the wedding. She has a necklace that he bought her a few years ago, and she wanted to wear it on our wedding day, something she asked on the day. It didn't go with her dress at all, way too loud and long, and I thought it detracted from her dress. However, I didn't see this as a huge hill to die on, and since I've read about editing wedding photos online, and that it's a way for everybody to be happy. So she wore it in the photos, and I asked my sister if she could do me a solid and edit 2 versions of the photos. One copy for Hannah with the necklace in, and one without the necklace for me. I ended up having that photo printed and put up in the dining room of me and all my bridesmaids. Tom and I threw a barbecue to thank everybody once more for coming to the wedding, and it was all going well until Hannah saw the edited photo without the necklace framed on the wall. I explained that I told her I thought it was a nice way to compromise, since I did say it didn't go with the outfit at the wedding. She wasn't happy and said the necklace meant a lot to her and that it was rude to have it edited out. I apologised, but pointed out that we gave her photos in which she was wearing the necklace, and I just wanted a photo with my original vision on the wall, and that there are photos of her where she is wearing it. It was just this one of all my bridesmaids and I in front of our venue that I edited. All of the bridesmaids' dresses were handmade by me to match my theme, and as a nice memento and part of a thanks for being my bridal party. If I had known she wanted to wear the necklace, I would have designed her dress differently. She left pretty quickly after that and refused to answer my calls or messages of me trying to apologise. Was this an asshole move? She still got to wear the necklace to the wedding and has photos of her in it, but I wanted the outfits I made for my bridesmaids to be on show, not the necklace.
So the person who edited it, was it her wedding?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, then I don't see the issue. If there's an edited and an unedited version available, um, I think, yeah, I think it's fine, generally. Um, I think there was like a compromise situation there.
Yeah, I think, but to be honest, I'm like, obviously, I'm not bothered what my guests wear to my wedding. So I'm not like, I don't really understand this whole like editing stuff out of photos, but I do understand that if she wanted it to be a specific aesthetic for her living room,
Hmm.
she only did it in one photo, and the last with the necklace got her photos with the necklace in.
Yeah.
But I can also understand the side of like her grief being really recent.
Yeah. I think there was compromise there. So Grave says, I think it was a good compromise, but if the necklace was that important for her, it should have stayed in the picture. Or she should have contacted the necklace woman and asked if she's okay with taking it out.
The woman who got married took the necklace out. Yeah, the bride edited the necklace out of her wedding photos.
Yeah, which I don't think is that much of a problem.
At the end of the day,
her
like
wedding
they're her
photos.
wedding photos,
She's paid the photographer.
and she's the one who's going to look back on them.
Yeah.
I don't think many other people are going to look back on them, to be honest. And if a friend does want to look back on them, she has the original photos.
Yeah, I don't think it's harmful. I don't think it's harmful in any way. Yeah, I just don't see it. Maybe there's an angle I'm missing here, but it just doesn't seem that much of an issue. It seems like a kind of minor thing.
Yeah, not most of the people in the comments are saying like, there's nothing wrong with you having an edited copy, but I think it was a little soon for your friend, as losing a parent is an extremely hard thing to go through.
Yeah. So there is the understandable side of it. But I don't think it's particularly I don't think it's that bad.
There is an update to this post.
Yeah. Before that, Grave says, "All right, it was the maid's necklace and the bride took it out. I still think the bride's compromise was good, but it's kind of douchey to go behind her back and edit it without talking to a friend about it. I don't think it makes her an asshole." Yeah, so I get it. I'm in a similar boat, but also my next point would be, well, it's the bride who's paid for the photographer. It's on her time. It's on her money. She can do whatever she pleases with the photos.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the issue the social media side of it, or
No. The issue was that her friend saw the framed photo in her living room, of the image without the necklace, and was basically saying like, "That's really rude and disrespectful of you to do that."
well, but it's in her house. I really don't get why it's that big a deal.
Yeah.
It's in her own house.
Yeah. I mean, the update to this is positive.
Go ahead.
The update says, excuse me, Hannah is in the bathroom and we've just been out for coffee, so I'm going to add a quick update. We worked this out. Hannah gifted me a set of photos of behind the scenes wedding photos she and the other bridesmaids took for me as a surprise. She wants the cover to be the photo of all of us in front of the venue with no necklace. I apologized for not having told her. I apologized for not telling her that I have a personal version without the necklace, and explained my reasoning. She thanked me for letting her wear the necklace, and apologized as she realized her necklace imposed on the dress we made together, and understands why I wanted the photo to be a clear memento and reminder of being so close to everyone in the process. We're going to go shopping for a small album to put them together and have lunch somewhere.
Good.
So they did work it out.
Yeah, and it's not that bad.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad. So I think what we'll do is I'll go one more Am I the Asshole, then we'll jump into the Today I Fucked Up. Because
I have one more that I really want to read though.
oh, okay. Well, you could read that as the last Am I the Asshole.
Because this, I put this one isn't wedding related, but I put this one in because everybody said that this person was the asshole, and I cannot understand why.
Okay, let's hear it.
Am I the asshole for asking my husband to adjust his strategy in Dungeons and Dragons combat because I had a panic attack at work? I, 28 female, have been playing Dungeons and Dragons for about 8 years now, and always with my husband, 30 male, as he's the game's dungeon master. We're currently working through the end of Tyranny of Dragons Rise of Tiamat campaign after 2 years of playing, and naturally, at the end of the campaign, everything is very high stakes, and we have dealt with character deaths, all brought back, but I was one of them. And combat almost incessantly for the past 6 meetings or so. While it can be rewarding to win, it's also very taxing, and we haven't had a session to relax and appreciate those wins in months, and the whole team is pretty fatigued. We've had a few weeks off due to scheduling conflicts, and in that time, my job has undergone a huge shift in its staffing. It was my first day back after our first round of departures, and I was stressed all day as I'm not one of the more senior staff members in an essential job. I'd been diagnosed with anxiety for a decade, and by the end of the day, I had been operating with a panic attack for most of the day. When my husband picked me up, I told him what was happening at work and about another important co-worker who had announced they were leaving. Response and didn't respond. When I was getting ready for the game, he apologized for being dismissive of my feelings, but didn't like being told how to act or regulate your emotions. I recognized that I should have been more clear in my original wording, but when I did explain further, he felt the same. I didn't feel like I was asking for him to regulate my emotions for me, but to just accommodate a mental health situation while playing our game. Am I the asshole?
Okay. So, I think if you ever have an issue or there's something that's bugging you or anything, me and Grave touched on this in the first episode. Talk to the DM, and that's what she's done. She's look, I'm not feeling particularly great. The issue is, and I don't think she's an asshole. The issue is, how does that then bear an impact on the enjoyment of the game for everyone else playing? Because you've got to, it's a balance, right? You've got to,
Mm.
you can change things, adjust things. I mean, if they're caught in the midst of battle at the moment, there is very little you can do. I mean, the DM could, if she needs a break, the DM could do something with that, with her character for the remainder of that battle to take her out of it. You know, but it all depends on, I guess, how strictly they're sticking to it. But I think if someone comes honestly with a concern or something's bothering them, and D&D isn't helping with that, I think it's the job. It's the job of the DM to try and compromise, find a comfortable medium.
I think if you have a good DM, they'll do that for you. Like, they'll make it work so that everybody's happy.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll try and accommodate you in some way, even if it's not like, look, there isn't, if you have a conversation, it's like, look, there's really not a lot that I can do, but if you want to sit out of this session, if you want me to play for you and you just listen in, like, offer some kind of like solution or compromise, even talk with the group, because if you're, tight with your D&D group, then that shouldn't be very hard to do. But the consensus on this post was that this woman is the asshole. And can I read some of these comments for
Yeah,
you?
please do.
Like, someone said, it's D&D, it's a game. I had to struggle past the whole team is pretty fatigued in reference to D&D. Ugh, come on now. If it's so taxing to play a game and you can't leave the work baggage behind, then stand aside and let the others go on ahead. And then someone said, you're asking him to change the game to suit you. Isn't that just cheating? And then someone, like, somebody else said, it's a game. If you can't handle it, just go. I get that you have anxiety, but it's not your group's job to regulate your emotions.
These
And I'm like,
these are online incel nerds.
there's just loads and loads of comments saying that she's the asshole, and I'm like, at the end of the day, like, this is her husband. Like, she should be able to have these conversations with him, and they should be able to come to a consensus on what works for everyone.
But it's husband or not. These people, yeah, exactly as Griff says, she's not the asshole. These people are ridiculous. Like, you still have to A, it's got to be fun for the players. B, look after your players. I mean, I've not DM'd anything seriously, but if someone came to me and was like, this is a bit emotionally intense for me because there's more going on in life, not just in D&D. So is there a way we can sort of temper things a bit for D&D, or particularly for my character? I'm sure that can be worked out. It's not cheating. If a DM can park a character and that's beneficial to that player, but to put them into a better emotional state or something like that, I don't see why. I get the hardcore or the organic role play and all this sort of thing, and it's really good and it's really important. But also so's empathy and giving a shit about each other. Exactly, Graves just hit the nail on the head there. If a DM won't ship, things are on the players, they shouldn't be a DM. And ultimately, if he's not willing to do that for his wife or no wife, it's a partner. If he's not willing to do that for a player, then that player's probably not going to want to play for very long.
Yeah, I just think, like, I was just furious reading all these comments because I was like, I just I don't think it's like an issue to say like, look, I've had a panic attack today. Can I, like, I'm just letting you know in advance. Because for instance, like Grave is our DM when we play D&D, and for people saying like it's just a game, it is just a game. So you should be able to change things. And at the end of the day, like, it's also D&D is really emotional. It's really emotionally taxing.
Yeah.
You go through a lot because like it's a role-playing game. You create relationships are broken, like the characters you interact with have a certain amount of like emotional levity to them. There's I just couldn't believe that people are basically saying, like, a couple of people are saying you seem unable to emotionally manage being a part of a D&D game. And it's like, well, you shouldn't have to, like, for people saying just get over it, like, you shouldn't. And but then also, so they're saying get over it, and then also saying, but you're not emotionally like strong enough to do it. So do I get over it, or do I like go through the emotional baggage of it? Because you're saying like it's an oxymoron saying like it's just a game, but also you need to be invested. Like
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that hard to just to work around your players. At the end of the day, like, you're a team.
Yeah. No, exactly right. And I think it's so Griff says last part of the role playing community is garbage. It's true. These are just the thing. What you've got to remember is the type of people who play these games generally are not very socially adept people. So you're probably looking at a bunch of incel trolls sat on the computer, dusty fingers, like never kissed a face.
I'm just so glad we have our D&D group because, like, some people, like, some of the things I hear about, like, DMs being so harsh on their players and just being like, well, if you don't like it, don't play it. It's like, well, you wouldn't be playing if they weren't there.
Exactly. It's the DM. The players are equally as important as the DM.
Yeah, like, you should all be able to work together and, like,
Yeah.
understand each other.
Because they need each other, right? The DM can't DM without the players, and the players can't play without the DM. It's a completely symbiotic relationship.
Because there are a lot of people who are like, oh, well, you're just ruining it for the other players. And it's like, well, if the other players feel like their experience is ruined by you having an emotionally taxing time, then they're not your friends.
Yeah, well, exactly. But also, if the DM can't tone something down for one player, or just make a quick, not even like, oh, let's give this player any sort of advantages. Like, it's ridiculous. So Grave says these people are going after this woman are ridiculous. I get the DM's response. Changing stuff out the blue is rough. A heads up's always appreciated, but the woman couldn't have known ahead of time that she'd be having a bad day. Well, that's the thing, and he did give her. She did say as soon as she could, right?
Yeah, like he literally picked her up from work and in the car. She was like, it basically explained what had been happening all day.
Yeah. So yeah, I can get why, from an organizational perspective, it might be difficult, but also to say that it's in some way ruining fun, or it's just fucking it's bullshit.
Even if he said, like, I mean, the bar is so low. Even if he said, like, look, I understand that this session is going to be pretty intense, but I promise that next session, when I have more.
See, do you have a today I fucked up post?
Yeah, I have two of them. But I just read two, so do you want to go?
Yeah, we'll do it one each.
Okay.
So let's see. Today I fucked up by eating the wrong cookie. As I was coming back from a trip, I decided to drive through a large native reservation. For non-US readers, this is a large area of usually remote land populated almost entirely by Native Americans forced to resettle when the US expanded west. Well, the descendants now. Their legal status means that reservations can do and set their own laws. Many now offer gambling and other vices to tourists. The one I visited went a greener direction. After an hour and a half of driving through sparse but beautiful land, seeing nothing but cows and an American antelope, I arrived. I was somewhat nervous, but the dispensary was clean, well stocked, and did not charge taxes due to being technically a sovereign state. This gave me change. So, in addition to the clearly marked edibles, I bought cookies. Yes, the special kind of cookies. I packed them carefully and headed home. Unfortunately, my wife had bought the same version of homemade cookie, sans high, from a nearby store. The exact same. I thought we could keep them straight because of the slightly different packaging. Enter my cat. He tore into any food items we didn't put away immediately upon coming home and generally made a mess of our road trip food basket. Thankfully, he didn't eat the high-inducing cookies, as they were well sealed. However, the ensuing chaos meant that some changing of bags items were in, as well as confusion about what snacks were still left. Both types of cookies were put into new plastic bags, not ripped by the cat, so they would not go stale. Guess who massively overslept today and grabbed a cookie on the way out the door? Hey, they're basically oatmeal cookies with nuts. Breakfast of champions, right? And guess whose wife forgot to clearly mark the bags? My heart started to race, my eyes began to ache, and I felt an odd euphoria as I started my workday. Oh no. I'm currently dragging through work and have a doctor's appointment in 15 minutes whilst very, very high. Besides that, I'm experiencing time so slowly that it seems my workday will never finish. Oops. TLDR, 2 cookies, both alike in dignity, were in the fridge. Grabbed the wrong one for a quick breakfast, and now I'm unintentionally very high. I need to know what he does for a living.
To me, it sounds like he's some sort of office worker, and I need to know the exact moment he was sat at his desk and then suddenly goes, "Oh fuck, I'm really high."
Yeah. So someone has done. Let's see. One of the questions, interestingly, is asking, are you male or female?
Why? Why does it matter?
So a lot of people, what they tend to do in these posts is they'll like flip the genders around because it tends to be biased towards one way or another. So they tend to flip the genders so they get a more honest response.
Well, what does it matter? In this situation, it really doesn't matter.
No, it's just a strange observation. They work as a therapist. They work as a therapist. They're just absolutely off the bracket.
It's so funny if you seeing a client, they're just telling you a life story, and he was like, "Yeah, but have you ever thought about how space is like really big?"
Yeah. What's on the edge of space? Who knows? Not me. Radical. Anyway, how did you fuck up? Tell me.
Oh god, this one broke my heart. Today I fucked up by telling a Slavic tourist we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh no.
So I work at a cafe that has a BYOB, bring your own beans, Wednesday. As implied, the premise is that customers bring a bag of coffee beans, and for $1 we grind them, and you can use our professional industrial equipment to make your preferred version of coffee. It's a fun community thing, and 50% of the proceeds go to charity. At the beginning of the year, 2 really awesome students at the local high school turned to their successful business project from the previous semester into a shop that locally sources and grows their own coffee beans. It really took off in the neighborhood. The main grocer now carries their beans, and so do other shops around town. And to be clear, their success is well deserved. The coffee is delicious, and the boys that started the company come from really impoverished backgrounds, so you really want to root for them. However, there's a slight problem. The boys sell 2 kinds of beans, a light roast and a dark roast. The dark roast is called my kind, and the light roast is called your kind. There's a cute story about why those are the names, but to be honest, I've forgotten it. The point is that both are great. But something about the light roast beans are not good for our equipment at the cafe. They tend to clog the machines, even after being grinded into a fine powder, and for some reason the dark roast beans don't have the same problem. So for 2 months we had to ban your kind beans on the Bring Your Own Beans Wednesday. While it sucks, we're all for further support in the local community. There was no other option. Plus, we communicated this in the policy change to the students and they fully understood. Now we get to the fuck up. The bag for your kind coffee has a very distinctive design, a striped tricolour pattern of red, blue, and white. Well, today, a man and his daughter walked in with a bag of your kind beans and got into line, and the line was very long at the time. Since he was carrying the banned beans, I thought I'd save the man some time, and as soon as he got in line, I said, "Sir, just so you know, we don't allow your kind in here." At first, he looked at me pretty confused and exchanged whispers with his daughter, who explained to him what I had said. A look of rage flashed on his face, and he evaded the line and stomped right up to me at the counter and asked in a heavy accent, "You not allow my kind?" I had not realized what it had sounded like, and so I responded, "No, my kind is okay. Your kind is not."
Oh no.
He got super close to me and spat out a really harsh, "You motherfucker," and then marched out of the store with his daughter while cursing in some foreign language. While he was walking away, I noticed he wasn't holding a bag of beans at all. It was a flag, and according to my later Google search, it was a Serbian flag. It hit me pretty much as soon as he slammed the door behind him that I had inadvertently refused service and been very racist to a foreigner. I ran into the back room to cry, and my co-workers and managers had to console me and tell me it was an honest mistake. My manager sent me home early to get some rest, but I've just been pacing around. I can't get it out of my head. The man was so happy when he entered the cafe. He was whistling and probably just wanted to show his daughter an American experience, and I ruined it.
What?
TLDR, I accidentally made it sound like Serbians were not allowed in our cafe and ruined a tourist's day.
That is a mistake and a half to make. Holy fuck.
I cannot imagine this person's absolute heartbreak at realizing what they had done.
I couldn't go back to work after that.
Someone said, "This is the kind of shit you remember every night for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
And someone replied, "Only 30 years?
No, that chick, that's keeping me awake, that stuff. Post, turns out he was Serbian. Me, good. Alright, Grave, okay.
Alright. Fucking.
Oh, that poor person. I would never go back to work. I would, in fact, move.
I would quit my job.
I would
Move to an island where there's no people.
move to Serbia. So, okay. Well, I think that's going to be it for the final episode of the first season of Chattybee. I hope you've had a good time. I hope everyone else has had a good time as well. Just a reminder, we are on Spoofy now. So if you want to catch up with any episodes you might have missed, we can do that over there. And Ghost, a tradition that we have here is we always let our guest pick the raid. The only, again, stipulation is I still have an embargo on Tears of the Kingdom streamers.
Okie dokie.
But beyond that, feel free to select your raid target and we'll head on in there. But thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the follows, subscriptions, everything else. It's been an absolute blast, as always. There will be no Chattybee next week. The next episode will take place on the 17th of June. Now, I'll make sure I put posts out. Thank you so much for the stretch and the hydrate, Freddie. Much appreciated.
Happy birthday, Sen.
Happy birthday, Sen. I hope you have a wonderful day, or have had a wonderful day. I will put posts out, but the Saturday, the 17th of June, the same time as right now, we will be back, me and Ghost, again, for our post-wedding episode of Chattybee, and the inaugural episode of Season 2.
Let's go.
Have you selected your raid target, my love?
Yeah, I thought we could drop in and see Draw for Coffee. I don't get to raid them because they stream late at night, so it'd be nice to go and visit them because they're a really great artist and just super fun personality.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Okie dokie. Let's send a raid over, send some love over to Draw for Coffee. I hope you'll join me. There's a raid message in chat if you'd like it. But yeah, thank you again, everyone, for everything. It's been wonderful. The VODs and Spotify audio for this should be up by Monday. Sadly, I am locked for 24 hours to exclusivity with Twitch, but that's okay. But thank you again, everyone. Have a good time.
Next time we see you, we'll be married.
We'll be married! Yay!
Bye.
Bye.